We are taught that human history is a slow, predictable crawl from primitive tribes to modern engineers. But hidden in the hyperactive earthquake zones of the Armenian highlands, multi-ton evidence shatters that illusion. How does an 8-meter stone column anticipate earthquakes without snapping? Why are 10-ton basalt monoliths bored with microscopic precision to track the stars millennia before the pyramids? And how did a supposed Dark Age society engineer earthquake-proof fortresses and pressurized hydrodynamics on the edge of plunging ravines? Mainstream archaeology claims this was all achieved with crude chisels and peasant labor. But the stones speak a silent language of advanced acoustic science, complex geometry, and an impossible mastery over volcanic rock. Are these merely the lucky accidents of primitive kings? Or are we looking at the surviving fingerprints of a forgotten epoch, a highly advanced civilization wiped from memory by a cataclysmic historical collapse? Today, we examine the anomalies Orthodox history refuses to explain. These are the impossible stones of the Caucasus and the secrets they guard in the dust. 1. Geghard. Deep in the heart of the Armenian highlands, locked within the walls of a jagged gorge, sits a structure that defies the fundamental laws of architecture. This is Geghard. It was not built, it was carved. Not from blocks hauled from a quarry, but hollowed directly out of the belly of a solid basalt mountain. In standard construction, a mistake is easily fixed, a bad stone is replaced. Here, architecture is subtractive. One miscalculated strike of a chisel, one fracture in the rock, and an entire structural pillar is permanently ruined. Yet, what stands inside this unforgiving cliff face is a flawless, cavernous labyrinth of domed temples, intricate geometric carvings, and massive freestanding columns. It is an impossible masterpiece of negative space, a ghost structure where the genius lies not in what was added, but in what was taken away. To understand the true scale of this impossibility, we must first look at the official timeline and the context of the site. Mainstream history tells us the monastery was initially founded in the early 4th century by Gregory the Illuminator, the venerated patron saint, who converted Armenia to Christianity. He did not choose this location at random. He established a small, humble sanctuary here, drawn by a sacred spring bubbling up from deep within a dark, natural cave. For centuries, it was a modest, highly remote site. It was known simply as the Cave Monastery, an isolated outpost for ascetic monks seeking divine connection in the raw, brutal wilderness of the Azat River Gorge. Later, as its religious significance grew, it gained its more famous name, Geghard, meaning the Monastery of the Spear. Historical lore and local tradition claim it became the impenetrable, heavily guarded vault for the legendary Lance of Longinus, the spear that pierced the side of Jesus Christ on the cross, brought to the jagged peaks of the Caucasus by the Apostle Jude. The main freestanding church that visitors first see when they approach the site today was constructed in the year 1215. It is a stunning, classical example of medieval Armenian architecture, built using traditional, well-understood methods of quarrying, cutting and stacking stone. But this external sunlit building is merely a facade. It is the architectural anteroom to a much darker, much deeper mystery. The mind-bending anomaly truly begins when you step past the conventional masonry of the courtyard and walk directly into the cliff itself. These inner chambers, the sprawling subterranean network of interconnecting tombs, hidden chapels, and soaring cavernous assembly halls were supposedly excavated decades later, well into the 13th century, under the financial patronage and direction of the Prussian noble family. Mainstream archaeology confidently asserts that these massive subterranean halls were carved out of the mountain by medieval monks and local peasant artisans. But this is exactly where the conventional narrative begins to fracture under the weight of logical scrutiny. The physical reality of carving Geghard requires a level of spatial awareness, mathematical planning, and engineering precision that severely challenges our understanding of medieval capabilities. When you build a conventional structure, you start at the flat foundation and you build up. You lay a level floor, you raise the vertical walls, and finally you cap it with a protective roof. The builders of the rock-cut chambers at Geghard did exactly the opposite. They carved entirely from the top down. Imagine standing on the solid, sloping exterior roof of a volcanic mountain. To create a massive room below, the excavators had to drive a narrow, vertical shaft straight down into the solid bedrock. Through this tiny oculus, this singular point of entry, they began to blindly carve out the ceiling. This meant that the intricate interlocking stone stalactites of the central dome, the sweeping, load-bearing arches, and the highly detailed tops of the massive columns were fully shaped, polished, and finalized while the floor beneath them was still solid, untouched mountain. The master builder had to know exactly, down to the fraction of an inch, where the base of a column would eventually land 30 feet below them, long before the space around that column had even been hollowed out. There was absolutely no room for error. A single miscalculation in the three-dimensional geometry from the top, a slight deviation in the angle of the chisel, would result in a collapsed ceiling or an unfixable, asymmetrical chamber at the bottom. And they executed this mathematical miracle in the dark. As the monks dug deeper into the heart of the basalt, natural sunlight completely vanished. The excavation of these cavernous halls, measuring tens of thousands of cubic feet of solid rock, was conducted in near-total, suffocating darkness. Hundreds of labourers would have been packed tight into enclosed, unventilated stone pockets. The air would have been overwhelmingly thick, almost unbreathable, choked with fine, razor-sharp basalt dust that coats the lungs. How did they breathe for hours on end? How did they see clearly enough to execute flawless, highly complex geometric carvings, illuminated by nothing more than the flickering, dim, oxygen-depleting flames of animal fat torches and simple oil lamps? Yet, the most baffling anomaly of Geghard is not just visual or logistical, it is auditory. When you step into the upper rock-cut church, a chamber known as the Jamatun, you enter one of the most perfectly tuned acoustic spaces on the planet. If you stand in the exact center of this solid stone room and speak a single word, the sound does not simply bounce back as a chaotic echo. It reverberates, building upon itself with a nearly supernatural decay time that lasts for seconds, wrapping around the listener in a pure, unbroken tone. The layout of the room, the specific calculated curvature of the carved dome overhead, and the precise angling of the rough-hewn walls create an acoustic amplifier of astonishing power and clarity. There is no acoustic wood, there is no plaster, there is no modern acoustic baffling or sound-absorbing material anywhere. There is only cold, hard, unyielding volcanic rock. Yet, a single human voice, whispering in the dark, can fill the massive space like an entire resonating choir. The conventional archaeological explanation for Geghard is presented as a testament to pure human endurance. Skeptics, structural engineers, and mainstream historians strongly argue that there is absolutely no need to invoke lost technologies, advanced ancient civilizations, or mysterious acoustic sciences to explain the monastery. They point directly to the sheer generational patience of medieval Armenian stonemasons. According to this pragmatic view, the tools were brutally basic, but highly effective when paired with time. Artisans armed with nothing more than heavy iron chisels, crude iron hammers, and wooden mallets chipped away at the mountain, day after day, year after year, passing the work down from father to son. Simple lead, plumb bobs, and basic Euclidean geometry were all that were needed to maintain straight vertical lines and perfect right angles. Furthermore, the skeptics argue that the top-down method, while sounding impossibly grueling to modern ears, was actually a highly practical necessity for subterranean work. By working downwards, gravity constantly assisted the removal of the stone, allowing the heavy debris to be hoisted up through the oculus or pushed out through horizontal side vents as the floor was slowly lowered. As for the seemingly impossible, mathematically perfect acoustic properties of the Jamatoon, the mainstream historical view completely dismisses the idea of intentional sonic engineering. Skeptics argue that the incredible reverberation is nothing more than a highly fortuitous, lucky byproduct of traditional medieval architecture. The standard Armenian church design naturally incorporates a central dome and 4 supporting pillars. When this exact, traditional shape was hollowed out of solid, highly dense, non-porous basalt, the natural physical properties of the volcanic rock trapped and naturally amplified the sound waves. It was not a calculated mathematical equation. It was not a tuned frequency. It was simply a happy accident, born from centuries-old religious architectural traditions, slamming into the uniquely dense geology of the Azat River Gorge. But when we look closer at the physical evidence left behind, the conventional, highly practical explanation begins to show severe structural cracks. The lucky accident theory wholly fails to account for the sheer, staggering scale and the precise execution of the excavation. First, consider the mystery of the missing debris. To hollow out the massive, multi-level, interconnecting complex of Geghard, thousands upon thousands of tons of solid basalt bedrock had to be chipped away, manually collected, and physically removed from the mountain. Where did it all go? If this was truly done with simple hand tools and woven baskets, hauling massive quantities of heavy, jagged rock up through narrow, vertical shafts or out of tight cliffside openings, without the aid of mechanized pulleys, explosives, or heavy machinery, is a logistical nightmare of epic proportions. The surrounding gorge, steep and unyielding, shows no massive ancient spoil heaps proportional to the astronomical volume of stone missing from inside the mountain. The logistics of the waste removal alone rival the architectural complexity of the sanctuary itself. Then there is the highly specific mathematics of the sound. Modern acoustic engineers who have studied the rock-cut chambers reject the idea of a mere happy accident. They suggest that the resonance is far too perfect, too tightly controlled to be an unintentional byproduct. The specific frequencies that resonate most powerfully and beautifully within the Jamatoon align perfectly with the exact frequencies, overtones, and tonal scales of traditional Armenian liturgical chants. This strongly suggests the cavernous space was not just built to look like a church. It was quite literally constructed and tuned like a massive musical instrument. Could the elusive builders of Geghard have possessed a deeply guarded, lost understanding of cymatics, the ancient study of visible sound and vibration? Is it possible they knew exactly how to shape the stone dynamically, stopping to test the acoustics as they dug deeper, altering the curvature of the walls inch by inch, chisel strike by chisel strike, to achieve a specific, mathematically perfect sonic frequency that bridged the physical and spiritual worlds? And perhaps the most compelling counter-argument, the deepest mystery of all, lies in the true unrecorded age of the site itself. Long before Gregory the Illuminator ever arrived in the 4th century to plant a cross, the dark cave spring at Geghard was heavily utilized as a highly sacred site for ancient, pre-Christian pagan water cults. We know from physical evidence that ancient civilizations across the globe possessed highly advanced, still unexplained techniques for manipulating and working megalithic stone. Is it possible that the deepest, most acoustically resonant chambers of Geghard were not carved in the 13th century at all. Could the medieval monks have simply stumbled upon and later expanded an already existing, incredibly ancient subterranean complex? A megalithic site chosen by forgotten ancestors millennia ago, specifically because they possessed the lost technology to recognize and harness the unique, powerful, conductive properties of the living mountain. Geghard remains a paradox carved entirely in stone. It stands undeniably as a breathtaking monument to human devotion, but its shadowed, echoing halls whisper of a hidden engineering prowess that does not easily fit into the neat, chronological boxes of conventional history. Was this truly the agonizing work of medieval monks, armed with nothing more than iron chisels, endless, generational patience, and a stroke of incredible statistical acoustic luck? Or is Geghard a frozen, enduring record of a highly advanced, lost architectural science? A place where sacred geometry, the physics of sound, and millions of tons of solid volcanic rock were perfectly intentionally married by minds we have yet to fully understand. The stone holds its secrets tight, effortlessly amplifying our questions while silently swallowing the answers. As the haunting, perfectly tuned echoes of Geghard slowly fade into the cold winds of the Armenian highlands, we turn our attention to another structure that defies the known limits of the ancient world. Another site that simply should not exist. 2. Tatev Monastery. Imagine standing on the edge of a sheer cliff in Armenia, staring at an 8-meter-tall pillar of solid stone. By all the laws of physics, this massive, top-heavy column should have crashed to the ground centuries ago. Instead, it sways, it rocks back and forth, but it never falls. This is the Gavazan. Built in the year 904, it is a multi-ton stone megalith engineered to do the impossible. It acts as an ancient, highly sensitive alarm system, detecting the microseismic tremors of approaching earthquakes and invading armies. For well over a millennium, this staggering feat of engineering has defied gravity, severe weather, and the relentless march of time. When the deep earth shifts, the massive pillar moves. When thousands of enemy cavalry hooves pound the ground miles away, the stone vibrates and tilts, ringing an invisible silent alarm. It is an absolute masterpiece of dynamic architecture, hiding in plain sight. How could 10th century builders design a massive stone tower that leans but never snaps? And more importantly, what lost knowledge allowed them to calibrate solid rock, to read the subtle frequencies of the earth itself? To understand the sheer impossibility of the Gavazan, we must first look at where it stands. The setting is the vast Voratan River Gorge in the Sunik province of Armenia. Here, plunging canyons, sheer drop-offs, and dramatic mountain peaks create a landscape that is both breathtaking and incredibly hostile. Clinging to the edge of a massive basalt plateau is the Tatev Monastery. Construction on this formidable complex began in the late 9th century, around the year 895. Mainstream history tells us it was designed as an impregnable fortress of faith. It was a spiritual stronghold built on the edge of the known world that would eventually become the largest and most prestigious university in the medieval Armenian kingdom. The master Armenian stonemasons who carved Tatev from the bedrock were legendary throughout the ancient world. They operated under the fierce patronage of local princes, tasked with creating towering monuments that projected absolute power and unyielding devotion. But these men were not just builders, they were artists and survivalists who understood a grim reality. They were building their masterpieces in one of the most volatile, hyperactive earthquake zones on the entire planet. Their churches and fortifications were heavily reinforced, specifically built to withstand the violent tectonic clashes that regularly shattered the Caucasus region. Yet, even among a guild of elite master architects, the creation of the swaying pillar stands totally apart from anything else they built. The historical records tell us who ordered the monastery built, and roughly when the foundation stones were laid. But the ancient texts are suspiciously quiet on the exact mechanics behind their crowning achievement. They left behind a monument that speaks for itself, communicating in a silent language of mass, gravity, and delicate balance that modern engineers are only just beginning to fully decipher. Erected in the year 904, the Gavazan is a towering octagonal pillar, crowned with an intricately carved stone cross known as a kachkar. Standing at 26 feet tall, its sheer mass is incredibly intimidating, but the true engineering defiance, the secret to its immortality, is entirely hidden at its base. The multi-ton column does not rest flat on the ground. It is not mortared into the earth. Instead, it is seated securely within a specialized concave stone socket. This foundation acts as an ingenious pivot mechanism. It allows the massive stone column to tilt freely in any direction, reacting instantly to the slightest kinetic energy, and then miraculously return to its exact, perfect center of gravity. It functions as a mechanical seismograph, operating perfectly hundreds of years before the invention of modern geology. The sensitivity of the Gavazan is truly baffling. Long before an earthquake's primary shockwave ripped through the gorge and shattered buildings, the deep, low-frequency micro-tremors would travel through the deep bedrock. The specialized base of the pillar would catch these invisible waves, and the massive stone tower would begin to visibly sway. This movement gave the monks precious minutes to brace themselves, secure their relics, or flee the heavy collapsing masonry buildings. But the earth's natural violent rhythms were not the only threat in medieval Armenia. The region was a bloody crossroads of competing empires. When the heavy hooves of invading Seljuk or Mongol cavalry approached the gorge, the rhythmic vibrations carried through the dense ground for miles. Once again, catching the acoustic frequency of a marching army, the pillar would begin to rock. It was a sentinel that never slept, an early warning system that alerted the remote fortress to take up arms long before the enemy was ever visible on the distant horizon. If you doubt the effectiveness of this 10th century technology, you need only look at the historical record of the year 1931. That year, the catastrophic Zangezur earthquake violently devastated the entire region. The tectonic violence was so extreme that the massive, heavily fortified domes of Tatev monastery's main churches cracked, splintered, and collapsed into ruins. It was an event of total destruction. Yet, when the choking dust finally cleared from the gorge, the Gavazan was still standing. The swaying pillar had absorbed the massive seismic shock, danced with the shifting earth, and settled back into its flawless upright position. It survived completely intact, silently mocking the destroyed buildings all around it. Mainstream archaeologists and structural engineers are often quick to dismiss any talk of ancient mysteries or lost high technology. To them, the Gavazan is not the product of an unknown, sophisticated science, but rather the pinnacle of conventional medieval craftsmanship. The conventional explanation is firmly rooted in harsh necessity and survival. The Armenian builders lived in a highly active seismic zone, where every generation saw their life's work reduced to rubble by the restless earth. To the skeptics, the Gavazan's hinge joint, this brilliant stone ball and socket resting on a flat pedestal, is simply the result of generations of brutal trial and error. According to this mainstream view, the masons eventually realized that rigid structures simply shatter under tectonic stress. So they experimented. They observed how flexible trees survived brutal windstorms and sought to apply that exact same logic to solid stone. Skeptics argue that by painstakingly chipping away at the base of the pillar, Refining the gentle curve of the socket and slightly adjusting the weight distribution, they eventually stumbled upon the perfect ratios. They argue there is no magic here, and certainly no secret geometric codes passed down from lost civilizations. To the conventional historian, this is just the result of brilliant, calloused hands, sharp iron chisels, and decades of practical experimentation to create buildings that could flex with the violence of the earth. But this conventional explanation of trial and error begins to severely fracture the moment you look at the extreme mathematics required to actually make the Gavazan work. You cannot build an 8-meter, top-heavy stone tower via simple guesswork. If the center of mass is miscalculated by a fraction of a single millimeter, the pillar does not sway. It simply snaps at the base, bringing tons of solid rock crashing down onto the builders. There is absolutely no room for error. You either achieve absolute mathematical perfection on the very first try, or you fail catastrophically. The idea that medieval masons simply chipped away at the stone until they got it right ignores the incredibly sophisticated physics at play. How did they calibrate a solid block of stone to be highly sensitive to specific acoustic and seismic frequencies? The pillar does not just blindly sway in the wind. It specifically responds to the deep, low-frequency vibrations of earth movement and the rhythmic marching of armies. This requires an intimate understanding of structural dynamics and harmonic resonance. It requires a level of engineering foresight that we typically associate with modern computer modeling and advanced physics. This undeniable physical evidence opens the door to far more disruptive theories. Did these builders possess a highly advanced, lost understanding of physics? The Caucasus region is a deeply ancient land, layered with the ruins of forgotten empires. Some researchers suggest that this mathematical precision was not suddenly invented in the 10th century, but rather inherited. Could the knowledge have been passed down from older, lost civilizations of the region, such as the enigmatic Eurasians? The Eurasian Empire was renowned for its unparalleled, almost impossible mastery of stone and metallurgy. They carved massive subterranean cities and perfectly sloped aqueducts straight out of the bedrock thousands of years earlier. Is it possible that the monks of Tatev monastery were simply the last custodians of a highly advanced ancient science of acoustics and vibration? When we look closely at the precise, unyielding geometry of the pivot base, it looks far less like a lucky medieval guess, and much more like the deliberate application of a forgotten mechanical genius. Today, the Gavazan remains standing, a solitary watchman over the dramatic plunging depths of the Armenian Gorge. It is a silent witness to fallen empires, violent earthquakes, and the slow, grinding march of 1,000 years. It continues to sway, resting in its perfect, impossible balance. Is this pendulous column simply a lucky architectural triumph? A total fluke of medieval masonry born from simple trial and error? Or is it hard, physical evidence that ancient engineers understood the hidden frequencies of the earth far better than we do today? The answer remains locked within the stone, vibrating with the deep pulse of the earth itself. As we leave the towering, wind-swept cliffs of Tatev behind, we are forced to wonder what other impossible machines are hidden in the shadows of the ancient world, quietly waiting to be rediscovered. 3. Garni Temple. Thousands of miles away from the marble columns of Greece and the heart of the Roman Empire, hidden deep within the rugged, isolated Caucasus Mountains of Armenia, stands a geographic and architectural impossibility. You are looking at a perfectly proportioned, classical, Greco-Roman colonnaded temple, built entirely where it has no right to be. But the true anomaly is not just its location. It is what this structure is made of. This is not the forgiving marble or soft limestone of the Mediterranean. It is engineered from hyperdense, unforgiving volcanic basalt. The staggering precision of its mortarless interlocking stones defies its extreme geographic isolation and raises an immediate terrifying question about the true capabilities of its builders. How did an ancient civilization master one of the hardest stones on Earth, creating flawless classical beauty on the edge of a sheer mountain cliff? To understand the magnitude of this anomaly, we have to look at what mainstream history tells us. The year is officially recorded as 77 AD. The builder is identified as the Armenian king, Tiridates I. According to classical texts and a single surviving Greek inscription found near the site, the temple was financed by none other than the infamous Roman Emperor Nero, following the Armenian king's diplomatic journey to Rome. It was dedicated to Mir, the ancient Armenian sun god of light and truth. And for centuries, it stood as a beacon of pagan worship. Then came the 4th century. Armenia became the first nation in the world to adopt Christianity as its state religion. What followed was a violent and systematic eradication of the old world. Pagan temples, shrines, and monuments were ruthlessly torn down, smashed, and replaced with churches. Yet, amidst this cultural purge, Garni temple was mysteriously spared. It is the only surviving classical pagan temple in the entire country of Armenia, and indeed, the only one still standing in the entire territory of the former Soviet Union. The official explanation claims it was simply too beautiful to destroy, repurposed as a summer house for the royal family. But surviving an ideological purge is only the beginning of the Garni enigma. The true mystery lies in the very stones used to build it. Basalt is an igneous rock. Born from the rapid cooling of lava, it is incredibly heavy, brutally hard, and notoriously brittle. If you take a standard Iron Age chisel and strike a block of basalt, the stone does not yield like marble. The iron blade instantly dulls, or worse, the sheer force shatters the rock entirely, ruining hours of meticulous work. It is a material that actively fights the stonemason. Yet, the builders of Garni chose this exact, uncompromising material to construct a masterpiece of classical geometry. The temple features 24 massive, imposing columns, each weighing several tons. These colossal blocks were assembled entirely without mortar. Instead, the architects utilized a highly advanced, invisible, internal engineering system. Deep inside the joints, the stones are locked together by heavy iron cramps, which were then flooded with molten lead. This was not merely to hold the heavy stones in place, but to act as ancient shock absorbers. The builders knew they were constructing on a violent fault line, and they engineered a mortarless, flexible framework designed to ride out the terrifying seismic shockwaves of the Caucasus region. Even more baffling is the impossible artistry carved into this dark, unyielding stone. Look closely at the entablature, the roofline, and the capitals. Despite the extreme hardness of the basalt, the temple is covered in deeply undercut, flawless carvings, intricate acanthus leaves, complex sacred geometric patterns, fearsome, hyper-detailed lion heads that stare out from the eaves. Achieving this level of three-dimensional delicate ornamentation in basalt defies the known limitations of first-century tools. And the location itself adds another layer to the enigma. The temple is perched on the absolute edge of a sheer triangular cliff, dropping into the Azat River Gorge. Down in that gorge lies a geological wonder known as the Symphony of Stones, a sprawling cliff face made entirely of massive, naturally occurring hexagonal basalt columns. The temple above perfectly mirrors the sacred geometric geology of the earth below. It is as if the builders saw the mathematical perfection of nature and decided to challenge it, matching the earth's sheer power with an impossible monument of their own. Mainstream archaeologists and historians, however, argue that there is no great mystery here, just exceptional logistics. The conventional explanation points directly back to King Tiridates and his trip to Rome. The narrative dictates that the king did not just bring back Roman gold, he brought back elite Roman master craftsmen, architects and engineers. They argue that these Roman experts simply applied standard proven imperial techniques to the local Armenian materials. To explain the sheer precision of the basalt carvings, skeptics point to the immense scale of ancient time and labour. They suggest that thousands of hours of intense human effort were utilised using primitive iron tools combined with endless amounts of abrasive sand and water to slowly, painstakingly grind down the basalt into shape. Furthermore, skeptics are quick to point out a crucial asterisk in the history of Garni. The temple we see standing today is not the uninterrupted structure from 77 AD. In 1679, a catastrophic earthquake ripped through the region, collapsing the temple into a pile of rubble. It lay in ruins for nearly 300 years. What stands on the cliff edge right now is the result of a meticulous Soviet-era reconstruction project that took place between 1969 and 1975. Using the method of anastomosis, engineers painstakingly reassembled the fallen blocks. Critics argue that the flawless perfection we marvel at today is partially a modern achievement, enhanced by 20th century engineering, even though the original ancient stones were used. But this conventional explanation begins to fracture when subjected to intense physical scrutiny. The Soviet reconstruction strictly utilized the original fallen stones scattered around the cliffside. The modern engineers merely put the puzzle pieces back together. They did not carve new ones. And when you look closely at these original ancient blocks, the evidence left behind simply does not align with the story of iron tools and abrasive sand. Close-up analysis of the basalt reveals sheer cuts, impossibly flat surfaces, and perfectly uniform 90-degree interior angles. If these blocks were slowly ground down over months with sand and water, the corners would be rounded and the surfaces would show the organic inconsistency of human labour. Instead, the tool marks look entirely mechanical. Creating this level of sheer precision in hyperdense volcanic rock requires an industrial level of abrasives, diamond-tipped tools, or hardened steel, none of which existed in the official inventory of a 1st century Roman mason. The mystery deepens when we look beneath the temple itself. Deeper excavations around the Garni site have revealed massive cyclopian stone foundations. These are enormous, roughly hewn megalithic blocks that are undeniably older than the classical columns resting above them. Evidence suggests this cliff edge was a sacred site of immense importance thousands of years before King Tiridates or the Roman Empire even existed. This physical evidence has given rise to a compelling and controversial lost technology hypothesis. Could Garni be built upon the remnants of a far older, highly advanced megalithic culture? Alternative historians argue that the story of imported Roman craftsmen is nothing more than a convenient cover story, a later empire taking credit for an older, indigenous Caucasian achievement. They suggest the true builders possessed a forgotten method for working with hyperdense volcanic rock. Theories range from the use of sonic resonance techniques to vibrate and fracture the stone at a molecular level, to lost alchemical knowledge involving chemical softening agents that rendered the hard basalt temporarily pliable, allowing it to be moulded almost like clay before hardening back into an indestructible state. Garni Temple remains one of the most stunning paradoxes of the ancient world. It is a masterpiece of classical, harmonious geometry, locked deep within the wild, untamed mountains of the East. It is a structure carved from a stone that actively fights back against the chisel, engineered to float above devastating earthquakes, and possessing architectural precision that challenges our understanding of historical timelines. Did an ancient Armenian king merely borrow Roman blueprints and force thousands of laborers to grind away at volcanic rock until it resembled marble? Or does this lonely cliffside monument stand on the heavy cyclopean shoulders of an older, forgotten civilization? A culture that possessed techniques to manipulate the hardest materials on Earth with machine-like perfection, only for that knowledge to be swallowed by the harsh mountains of time. And if the deep, isolated peaks of the Caucasus hide such baffling, high-precision stonework, what anomalies are waiting to be uncovered in the dense, overgrown jungles across the globe? 4. Zorats Karer, the cosmic megaliths. High on a windswept plateau in the mountains of southern Armenia stands a jagged army of over 200 massive basalt monoliths. Some weigh up to 10 tons, but the true mystery is not their size. It is the impossible precision found near their peaks. Dozens of these ancient stones feature perfectly smooth, meticulously angled holes bored directly through solid rock. They are aimed directly at the heavens. What you are looking at might be a highly advanced astronomical observatory, predating Stonehenge and the Great Pyramids by thousands of years. Welcome to Zorats Karer, often referred to by locals and researchers as Karahunj. It is a place that defies the conventional timeline of human civilization. If the radical theories surrounding these stones are true, the textbook history of human astronomy, engineering, and prehistoric capability is fundamentally flawed. We are taught that early humans were simple hunter-gatherers or primitive farmers. Yet, staring down the barrel of these stone scopes, we are forced to confront a terrifying and awe-inspiring possibility. Did an unknown, highly advanced civilization map the cosmos long before the wheel was even invented? To understand the sheer impossibility of Zorats Karer, we first have to ground ourselves in what mainstream history tells us about this rugged, unforgiving landscape. The site sits in the Syunik province, a harsh, mountainous region where the winters are brutal and the terrain is unyielding. It is a landscape steeped in deep, prehistoric lore, a place where the veil between the ancient world and the modern day feels incredibly thin. According to conventional archaeology, the timeline of this megalithic puzzle is relatively straightforward, if profoundly ancient. Mainstream consensus dates the majority of the site to the Middle Bronze Age and the Iron Age, placing its peak usage somewhere between 2000 and 1000 BCE. Orthodox historians and archaeologists do not look at Zorats Karer and see an ancient space center. They see a city of the dead. The sprawling site is heavily classified as a massive necropolis. Excavations have revealed numerous cist graves beneath the earth, stone-lined boxes holding the remains of the ancient people who lived, fought, and died in these mountains. Alongside these graves are the crumbled, overgrown ruins of ancient settlement walls. To the Orthodox historian, the builders were the local tribes of the Caucasus. These were hardened people, cattle herders and warriors, who used the massive basalt blocks merely to mark the resting places of their elite, or perhaps to serve as territorial boundaries. It is a tidy, logical explanation. It fits perfectly into the established chronology of human development. But this conventional narrative has a glaring problem. It completely ignores the stones themselves and the baffling high-tech anomaly carved directly into their surface. Step onto the plateau, and the sheer scale of the engineering effort immediately crushes the idea that this was just a simple graveyard. There are over 220 of these basalt monoliths scattered across the landscape. Dragging 10-ton rocks across the harsh, uneven terrain of the Armenian highlands would require an organized labor force, sophisticated logistics, and a profound, unifying motivation. But it is not the weight of the stones that draws rogue scientists and astronomers to this remote plateau. It is the 84 specific stones that harbour a baffling anomaly. Near the top of these selected monoliths are perfectly circular holes, roughly 5 centimetres in diameter, bored cleanly through the dense volcanic rock. These are not natural formations. They are deliberate, calculated, and executed with a precision that defies the primitive tools of the Bronze Age. The true breakthrough in understanding these holes came from the brilliant and controversial Armenian radiophysicist Paris Heruni. Armed with an array of telescopic equipment, chronometers, and astronomical software, Heruni launched a massive investigation into the site. He didn't look at the ground. He looked exactly where the stones were pointing. What he found shattered the academic world. Heruni discovered that these holes were not random decorations. They were ancient, highly sophisticated telescopes. By tracking the exact angles, elevations, and orientations of the bored holes, Heruni mapped their trajectories against the night sky. His findings were terrifyingly precise. The holes aligned perfectly with the movements of the sun, the phases of the moon, and most shockingly, specific star systems. One prominent alignment pointed directly to the star Deneb, the brightest star in the constellation of Cygnus, the Swan. But the Earth wobbles on its axis over millennia, a process known as precession. The stars we see today are not in the exact same positions they were in antiquity. To find out when these stone telescopes actually aligned with Deneb, Heruni had to wind the celestial clock backwards. The math delivered an impossible date. For the angles of the stones to perfectly frame the star Deneb, Zorats Karer had to have been constructed, calibrated, and operational around 5500 BCE. That is over 7,500 years ago. That is over 2 millennia before the first stones were raised at Stonehenge. It is 3 millennia before the Great Pyramid of Giza was conceived. If Heruni's calculations are correct, a highly advanced, mathematically gifted civilization was mapping the deepest reaches of the cosmos at a time when mainstream history claims we were barely figuring out how to smelt copper. The establishment, however, was not about to rewrite the history books based on the alignment of a few rocks. The academic pushback was swift, brutal, and highly organized. Mainstream archaeologists argued that looking for star alignments in a field of hundreds of random stones is like looking for shapes in the clouds. If you draw enough lines, eventually something is going to point to a star. In the year 2000, a joint expedition led by Munich University arrived at Zorats Karer with a singular mission: to strip away the myth and ground the site strictly in dirt-level archaeology. Their findings painted a radically different, brutally pragmatic picture. To the Munich team, these stones were never meant to look at the stars. They concluded that the site was nothing more than the remains of a defensive city wall, later repurposed into a sprawling cemetery. But what about the impossible holes? How does mainstream science explain dozens of meticulously carved 5-centimetre portals through solid basalt? The skeptics offered an incredibly simple, entirely terrestrial explanation. The holes were not stargazing portals, they were hauling points. Moving 10-ton blocks of jagged volcanic rock across miles of uneven terrain is an absolute nightmare. The Munich expedition theorized that the ancient builders simply carved holes into the rocks to thread thick ropes through them. This would allow teams of horses, oxen, or massive gangs of human laborers to gain leverage and drag the monoliths from the distant quarries to their final resting place on the plateau. Once the stones were erected as grave markers or defensive barricades, the hauling holes were left exactly where they were, serving no further purpose. It is a beautifully simple explanation. It takes the mystery out of the sky and places it firmly in the mud. It turns prehistoric astronomers back into primitive laborers. The academic world breathed a collective sigh of relief. The timeline of human history was safe. But mysteries of this magnitude refused to stay buried. When independent researchers, engineers and stonemasons began to scrutinize the skeptics' rope-hauling theory, massive, undeniable holes began to appear in the official narrative. First, there is the glaring issue of basic physics. If you are going to carve a hole into a 10-ton rock to drag it across miles of earth, you place that hole near the rock's center of gravity. You want stability. You want maximum pulling efficiency. But the holes at Zorats Karer are completely wrong for this. They are located at the extreme, narrow upper tips of the monoliths. If you thread a rope through the very top of an asymmetrical 10-ton boulder and have a team of oxen pull with all their might, the rock does not slide. It flips. It rolls. It becomes a lethal, unmanageable hazard. It is the absolute worst possible place to anchor a hauling rope. Then there is the physical evidence inside the holes themselves. Basalt is hard, but a thick, coarse rope carrying the tension of a 10-ton load over miles of rough terrain acts like a saw. It would leave severe, deep friction marks, gouges and asymmetric wear inside the stone. Yet, when we examine the interior of these mysterious holes, those deep rope burns are entirely absent. The internal weathering is uniform. Furthermore, the architecture of the holes directly contradicts the hauling theory. Many of these portals feature a highly specific design known as chamfering. The holes are flared. They are wider on the outside and steadily narrow toward the center, like two cones meeting at the middle. If you are dragging a rock, a straight, uniform hole is far stronger. But if your goal is to look through the stone, a chamfered edge is exactly what you want. It widens your field of view. It allows an observer to track a moving celestial object across a wider slice of the sky without moving their eye. The physical shape of the holes screams optical device, not a primitive tow hitch. And finally, there is the ultimate eerie coincidence that the skeptics simply cannot explain away. When you take an aerial view of the central, most dense arrangement of stones at Zorats Karer, a distinct, undeniable pattern emerges. The physical layout of the monoliths on the ground closely mirrors the exact shape of the Cygnus constellation in the sky. The very same constellation that Paris Hiruni's ancient stone telescopes were perfectly calibrated to observe. We are left standing on a razor's edge between two completely incompatible versions of human history. Are we looking at a primitive, scattered graveyard where the desperate practical methods of dragging rocks have been romantically misinterpreted by over-eager stargazers? Or is Zorats Karer a monumental celestial map designed by a master civilization that watched the heavens with a level of sophistication we are only now beginning to comprehend? The stones of the Armenian highlands remain silent, guarding their secrets against the biting mountain wind. But they force us to look upward and to ask a deeply unsettling question. How much of our own history is entirely wrong, simply waiting to be rediscovered, hidden perfectly in the stars? 5. Amird Fortress, the alpine stronghold. 7,500 feet up the frozen, jagged slopes of a dormant volcano sits an architectural impossibility. Thousands of tons of meticulously cut basalt locked together on the edge of a plunging abyss. This is Amird, the fortress in the clouds. Mainstream history tells us medieval masons dragged these megalithic stones up the treacherous mountain in freezing conditions. But the real mystery isn't just the staggering weight of the rock. It is the highly advanced thermal and hydroengineering buried beneath it. Technology centuries ahead of its time, defying everything we know about Dark Age mountain societies. To understand the sheer madness of this construction, you have to understand the terrain. We are in the rugged, unforgiving high altitudes of the Aragatsotn province in Armenia. This is a landscape born of fire and ice, where Mount Aragats dominates the skyline, and deep, seismically active gorges carve the earth into natural fortifications. At the bottom of these plunging ravines run the freezing waters of the Arcashan and Amird rivers. According to conventional archaeological timelines, the foundations of this high-altitude fortress were laid by the Kamsarakan princes in the 7th century, right at the onset of the Middle Ages. Fast forward 400 years, and the Pahlavi dynasty expanded the site, adding fortified defensive walls and an austere geometric stone church that still stands today. The purpose of this massive undertaking was clear. This was meant to be an impregnable summer residence for royalty, a soaring military stronghold designed to repel the relentless tides of Arab, Seljuk, and eventually Mongol invasions. It was a fortress built to hold the sky. From a purely strategic standpoint, the location is flawless. The steep, triangular cliff edge creates a deadly natural moat. Any invading army would have to fight gravity, the elements, and a relentless rain of arrows just to reach the outer gates. But military strategy alone does not explain the sheer, staggering complexity of the fortress itself. Building a citadel of this magnitude at an elevation of 7,500 feet is a logistical nightmare, even by modern standards. The air is thin, the winters are brutally long and completely unforgiving, locking the mountain in deep snow and ice for months on end. Yet, the builders of Amird managed to construct defensive walls up to 4 meters thick, using massive blocks of local volcanic basalt. Imagine hauling these stones, weighing thousands of pounds, across steep, impassable ravines without the aid of mechanized cranes, steel cables, or modern hydraulics. It is a feat of brute strength and sheer will. But the true anomaly of Amird is not found in the towering walls that pierce the clouds. It is buried beneath the earth. Hidden from the howling mountain winds is a highly sophisticated, pressurized water supply system. The engineers of Amird did not just rely on rainwater cisterns to survive long sieges. They actively transported glacial snowmelt from mountain springs miles away. To do this, they used meticulously crafted clay pipes, laid down with absolute unwavering precision. These pipes maintained a perfect gradient across a jagged, constantly shifting, seismically active terrain. This is where the physics become truly baffling. If the angle of descent was off by even a fraction of a degree, the water flow would stall and pool. If the water pooled during the bitter Armenian winter, it would freeze, expand, and shatter the entire clay system in a matter of hours. Yet, the system survived. It functioned flawlessly, delivering a constant stream of fresh water to the fortress above the clouds. And the engineering marvels do not stop at cold water. Deep within the 11th century additions lies a fully functioning bathhouse, equipped with an advanced hypocaust heating system. Running complex thermal physics at freezing altitudes requires an intricate understanding of fluid dynamics and thermodynamics. A fire built in a subterranean furnace sent hot air circulating through a maze of hollow spaces beneath the floors and upward through ceramic flues hidden within the walls. The stone floors were held up by carefully spaced pillars, allowing the heat to radiate evenly, turning a freezing mountain outpost into a steam-filled sanctuary. This is the kind of luxury and technological sophistication we expect to find in the sun-baked valleys of the Roman Empire, not suspended on the edge of a freezing volcanic cliff during the Dark Ages. How did an isolated mountain society execute this level of complex thermal engineering? Mainstream historians and conventional archaeologists offer a grounded, if brutal, explanation. They argue there is no lost ancient magic here, just immense human suffering, limitless manpower, and sheer, uncompromising brute force. In the medieval world, Kings and princes had absolute authority over their subjects. The basalt outcroppings were local, meaning the massive stones did not have to travel vast distances, even if the terrain was treacherous. Legions of labourers, working under the threat of the sword, likely used teams of oxen, thick hemp ropes and timber rollers to drag the heavy blocks into place. Countless lives were likely lost to the mountain, but in the eyes of medieval royalty, human life was an expendable resource. As for the astonishing hydro-engineering and the underground heating system, the conventional view points to the Silk Road. Armenia has always been a crossroads of empires, sitting directly on the ancient trade routes connecting the east to the west. The skeptics argue that the knowledge of hypocaust systems and pressurized clay pipes was simply an inheritance from the Byzantine or fallen Roman empires. Traveling merchants, fleeing scholars and foreign engineers passed this mathematical knowledge along to local Armenian stonemasons. Through decades of agonizing trial and error, these local builders supposedly adapted Mediterranean engineering to survive the harsh Caucasian winters. It is a neat, rational explanation. It packages the anomaly of Amird into a conventional timeline of cultural diffusion, trade networks, and medieval serfdom. But for alternative researchers, independent structural engineers and local legends, the mainstream explanation has glaring holes. The idea of trial and error is exactly where the conventional narrative falls completely apart. When dealing with pressurized fluid dynamics at sub-zero temperatures, trial and error is a fatal strategy. You cannot afford a single mistake. The survival of that buried clay pipe system points to highly precise surveying tools and advanced mathematical knowledge. It requires a mastery of topography and physics that even the Romans themselves struggled to maintain at such extreme altitudes and freezing temperatures. The builders of Amird didn't just guess the gradient, they calculated it with an accuracy that defies the supposed technological limits of the 7th century. Then there is the stone itself. If you look closely at the lowest foundations of the fortress, the very base upon which the medieval walls were later stacked, the architectural style abruptly changes. The lower walls exhibit what is known as cyclopian masonry. These are massive, irregularly shaped, megalithic boulders fitted together flawlessly without a single drop of mortar. This specific style of construction is not medieval. It is a hallmark of much older, prehistoric civilizations. It is the exact same building technique found at Carrowmore, the mysterious stone circle in southern Armenia, often called the Armenian Stonehenge. Carrowmore dates back thousands of years before the Kamsarakan princes were even born. This physical evidence gives rise to a compelling counter-theory. What if the 7th century Armenians didn't build the foundation of Amird at all? What if they merely found it? The alternative theory suggests that the medieval royalty discovered the ruins of a much older, lost civilization, a megalithic culture that had already leveled the cliff edge, mastered the impossible stone cuts, and laid the precise groundwork for the water systems. The medieval builders simply claimed the site, stacking their smaller, rougher, mortared medieval blocks on top of a prehistoric masterpiece. It explains the sudden shift in masonry styles. It explains why the foundational engineering seems so wildly out of place for a Dark Age mountain fortress. They did not invent the technology. They inherited the bones of something far older and far more advanced. Despite its impenetrable cyclopean walls and advanced engineering, Amird could not hold out forever. In the year 1236, the Mongol hordes swept through the Caucasus Mountains. The fortress in the clouds was besieged, sacked, and ultimately set ablaze. The wooden roofs collapsed, the thermal baths went cold, and the mighty citadel was left to the mercy of the mountain winds. For centuries, it sat entirely abandoned, a massive stone ghost ship stranded in the sky. Today the ruins stand in silent defiance, guarding the secrets of the men who originally shaped them. The Orthodox timeline tells a story of medieval kings, cultural diffusion, and sheer brute force, but the foundation stones themselves whisper a very different history. They speak of lost mathematics, impossible physics, and a mastery of the earth that stretches far deeper into the past than modern history is comfortable admitting. If the earliest architects of this unforgiving region truly possessed the technology to master thermal dynamics, high-altitude logistics, and mortarless megalithic construction thousands of years before the history books say it was possible, what other lost architectural marvels are still buried beneath the snows of the Caucasus? 6. Erebuni Fortress, the Cyclopian citadel. 29 years before the legendary founding of Rome, an entirely different empire was moving mountains in the Caucasus. Sitting high above the modern capital of Yerevan, Armenia, is the Erebuni Fortress. It is a sprawling megalithic citadel anchored to the steep slopes of the Amird hill. Here, thousands of massive multi-ton basalt blocks were dragged up an unforgiving incline and fitted together with terrifying precision. They used no mortar, they had no heavy machinery. Yet this mountain stronghold appeared seemingly overnight in 782 BC, showcasing earthquake-proof engineering and advanced hydraulics that baffle modern structural engineers. How did a forgotten civilization achieve this impossible feat of stone manipulation? To understand the impossible stones of Erebuni, we have to look at the ghosts who placed them there. Mainstream history credits this monumental fortress to King Argishti I. He was a ruthless and ambitious ruler of the kingdom of Urartu. Today, the Urartians are barely a footnote in most standard history books, overshadowed by the empires of Egypt and Babylon. But in the 8th century BC, they were the undisputed masters of the Armenian highlands. They were the fiercest and most stubborn rivals of the mighty, world-conquering Assyrian Empire. The Urartians were unmatched horsemen. They were brilliant tactical warriors who utilized the harsh, mountainous terrain to break the backs of invading armies. But above all, their legacy is written in monumental stone. At Erebuni, the builders left behind something incredibly rare and invaluable in the ancient world. They left a birth certificate, carved flawlessly into a massive stone slab at the entrance of the fortress, is a pristine cuneiform inscription. It translates to a bold, immortal declaration of absolute power. King Argishti states that he built this magnificent fortress to project terror into his enemies and to bring glory to his lands. He also explicitly mentions his labor force. He claims to have settled 6,600 prisoners of war here to build and populate his new, impregnable military capital. For conventional archaeologists, this stone tablet is the beginning and the absolute end of the mystery. It tells us exactly who ordered the construction, when it happened, and where the grueling manual labor came from. But reading a king's boastful decree is one thing. Standing beneath the towering walls and looking at the physical reality of the fortress he supposedly built is another entirely. The sheer, terrifying suddenness of the Urartian architectural mastery is what stops modern structural engineers in their tracks. Before Erebuni, there was no slow, agonizing evolution of massive stone building in this specific region that could logically predict a fortress of this staggering magnitude. It is as if they walked right out of the chaotic Bronze Age and immediately started building with the precision and understanding of gods. The physical anomalies of Erebuni Fortress begin at its very foundation. The citadel rests on what is known as cyclopian masonry. This is an ancient style of building that utilizes massive, unworked, or roughly hewn boulders. The stones are so incredibly large that later, classical civilizations believed only a race of mythical giants could possess the strength to have lifted them. At Erebuni, the base of the fortress consists of dense volcanic basalt blocks. Basalt is one of the heaviest, hardest, and most unforgiving stones on the planet. Many of these individual blocks weigh several tons each. Now, picture the surrounding terrain. Amird is not a gentle slope. It is a steep, rugged, and highly defensive hill. Moving a single 3-ton block of raw basalt across flat ground requires immense logistical coordination. Dragging thousands of them up a sharp, rocky incline defies standard practical logic. But the Urartians did not just haul them up the mountain to pile them into rough walls, they interlocked them. The builders achieved a staggering level of mathematical precision, fitting these irregular multi-ton monoliths together flawlessly. They did this without a single drop of mortar to bind them. Why go to such extreme, exhausting lengths? Why not build with smaller, manageable stones and seal them with mud? The answer reveals a level of scientific understanding that simply should not exist in 782 BC. The Ararat Plain is a highly volatile seismic zone. Earthquakes have violently leveled countless empires in this region over the millennia. The Urartians knew this, and so they deliberately designed Erebuni to be earthquake-proof. The mortarless, interlocking basalt base was highly intentional. It allowed the massive stones to shift, slide, and absorb the massive kinetic energy of a tremor without shattering. Above this megalithic base, they layered softer mud brick and flexible timber. This alternating density of materials acted exactly like modern seismic shock absorbers. The heavy, shifting stones below dissipated the earthquake's violent, tearing force, while the softer, flexible mud brick above swayed back and forth without collapsing. It is a brilliant structural engineering concept that modern architects only truly perfected in the 20th century. If the seismic architecture is not baffling enough, look at the water management. A fortress perched on top of a steep, dry, sun-baked hill is a death trap during a protracted military siege. Water is heavier than stone when you have to carry it by the thousands of gallons under enemy fire. The Urartians bypassed this vulnerability entirely by creating a subterranean hydraulic masterpiece. They carved deep, massive cisterns directly into the solid, unforgiving bedrock beneath the fortress. But they didn't just rely on catching seasonal rainwater. They engineered and installed miles of sophisticated, interconnected terracotta pipelines. These pipelines systematically pulled, stored, and managed fresh water from distant mountain springs, routing it high above the natural water table and directly into the beating heart of the citadel. The fluid dynamics, the pressure regulation, the precise leveling, and the sheer geological understanding required to bore through bedrock and lay perfectly sealed pipes on a mountain peak is nothing short of miraculous for an early Iron Age society. Of course, mainstream archaeology offers a far less romantic, far more brutal explanation for these apparent miracles of ancient engineering. For the skeptics, there is no mystery here. There are no lost technologies, no levitating stones, and no ancient secrets waiting to be unlocked. There is only blood, sweat, and limitless brute force. The conventional argument rests heavily on the translation of that cuneiform birth certificate. King Argishti explicitly boasted about capturing 6,600 prisoners from the neighbouring defeated regions. In the brutal reality of the ancient world, unlimited, unpaid human capital solved almost any logistical engineering problem. Mainstream historians argue that the Urartians simply applied the same brutal mechanical methods as their Assyrian rivals. They would have constructed massive, sprawling earthen ramps hugging the steep sides of Amird. Using thousands of disposable slaves, thick hemp ropes, heavy timber rollers, and wooden sledges, they would have agonizingly dragged the basalt blocks up the incline, inch by agonizing, back-breaking inch. As for the flawless, mortarless fit of the cyclopian stones, Archaeologists attribute this to endless, mind-numbing manual labour. They theorise that the workers used heavy pounding stones made of even harder diorite, along with a constant, abrasive mixture of coarse sand and water. By grinding the rough edges of the massive basalt blocks for hundreds of thousands of hours, they eventually achieved that perfect interlocking seam. To the skeptic, Erebuni is not a monument to lost science or higher understanding. It is a grim monument to the terrifying power of an absolute monarch with an endless supply of expendable human lives. But when we step out of the comfort of the textbook and look closely at the physical evidence on the ground, the brute force theory begins to show massive, glaring cracks. The mainstream explanation completely ignores a fundamental, undeniable physical reality known as the tooling paradox. In 782 BC, humanity was slowly transitioning from the Bronze Age to the early Iron Age. The chisels, saws, and cutting tools available to the Urartian builders were made of copper, bronze, or the very earliest, softest forms of wrought iron. Basalt is an igneous rock formed from rapidly cooling lava. It is incredibly dense, highly abrasive, and extremely hard. If you strike a raw basalt boulder with a bronze or early iron chisel, the metal tool will blunt, bend, or shatter almost instantly. It is physically, metallurgically impossible to quarry, shape, and flawlessly level tens of thousands of tons of basalt at a massive industrial scale using the soft metal tools verified to exist in that era. The mainstream answer is always sand and grinding. But let us look at the historical timeline. King Argishti built Erebuni to secure a newly conquered, highly hostile territory. He was surrounded by enemies. He did not have decades to wait for exhausted slaves to slowly grind basalt with sand and water. The fortress had to be erected incredibly quickly to establish military dominance and defend against inevitable violent counterattacks. The speed of assembly required to build a fortress of this immense scale entirely contradicts the agonizingly slow, generational method of grinding stone against stone. The sheer efficiency of the construction points directly to a highly systematized, highly advanced method of stone manipulation that we simply do not understand today. This leads directly to the great metallurgical mystery of Urartu. While history largely forgot them, neighbouring ancient empires wrote about the Urartians with deep awe and jealousy. They were renowned throughout the known world as the absolute masters of metallurgy. Their bronze shields, iron weaponry, and metal artifacts are some of the most sophisticated, beautifully crafted items ever discovered from antiquity. Is it so difficult to believe that a society utterly obsessed with the chemical manipulation of metals had discovered a hardened, specialized alloy that has since been completely lost to time? Or perhaps they possessed a chemical stone-working technique, a highly corrosive compound, or an intense thermal application that allowed them to soften and shape solid basalt as easily as wet clay. The unbelievable precision of the cuts, the flawless seams, and the rapid speed of the construction suggest they possessed specialized tools that simply should not have existed in their era. When the Urartian Empire finally fell, violently erased by nomadic invaders from the north, did their greatest scientific and architectural secrets burn to the ground with them. The kingdom of Urartu seemingly vanished from the face of the earth. For nearly 2 millennia, their towering cities lay buried beneath the soil. Their unique language was entirely forgotten, and their very name was erased from human memory. It wasn't until modern archaeological excavations in the 20th century that the true staggering scale of Erebuni was finally dragged back into the light of day. Today, we are left staring at silent stones that defy the known tools of their time. We are left walking through the ruins of a fortress that mathematically anticipated the violent, destructive tremors of the Earth thousands of years before the invention of modern seismology. If a forgotten civilization could engineer a megalithic, hydraulic masterpiece on a mountaintop in the 8th century BC, and then be completely swallowed by the sands of time, we must ask ourselves a deeply terrifying question. What other advanced, scientifically brilliant, and completely forgotten empires are waiting to be uncovered, resting silently just beneath our feet? 7. Zvartnots Temple, the colossal geometry. In the shadow of Mount Ararat lies a shattered geometric impossibility. It is a massive 3-tiered circular rotunda made of stone, built over 1,000 years ago in one of the world's most active earthquake zones. A towering, top-heavy stone dome, supported not by thick exterior walls, but by a seemingly fragile internal frame. It is an architectural contradiction, a structure that, according to the laws of medieval engineering, should never have been able to stand. Welcome to the ruined enigma of Zvartnots Temple. To understand the sheer magnitude of this structural anomaly, we must first look at the violent world into which it was born. The year is 643 AD. The Armenian highlands are a geopolitical powder keg. This harsh, mountainous terrain is wedged directly between the crushing forces of the expanding Arab Caliphate to the south and the ancient, unyielding Byzantine Empire to the west. It is an era of relentless war, invasion, and constant cultural upheaval. In the very middle of this chaos stands Catholicos Nerses III, the supreme head of the Armenian Apostolic Church. History remembers him, quite appropriately, as Nerses the Builder. He envisioned not just a sanctuary, but a colossal celestial palace on earth. He named it Zvartnots, which translates directly to the Temple of Celestial Angels. Its purpose was profound and deeply spiritual. It was built to house the sacred relics of Saint Gregory the Illuminator, the venerated figure who brought Christianity to Armenia centuries earlier. Nerses wanted a monument that would project absolute power, unshakable faith, and divine protection in an era of terrifying uncertainty. He demanded a structure unlike anything the world had ever seen, and his architects delivered an absolute masterpiece of stone. Instead of the traditional grounded rectangular basilicas common to early Christianity, they designed a soaring concentric marvel. It was a statement of ultimate defiance against both the shifting political tides of empires and the volatile earth beneath their feet. But ambition is one thing. Execution is an entirely different reality. To pull off the Temple of Celestial Angels, these isolated 7th century builders had to bend the rules of physics. Look closely at the ruins of Zvartnots today, and the sheer scale of the mathematics involved becomes overwhelming. At its core, this was a tetraconch, a cross perfectly encased within a circle, but it was not a flat, sprawling footprint hugging the earth. It was a towering 3-story cylinder reaching almost 150 feet into the sky. Think about the logistics of that for a moment. A structure equivalent to a 15-story modern building, constructed entirely of colossal, precision-cut blocks of volcanic tuff, built 14 centuries ago without modern cranes, steel reinforcement, or advanced hydraulic machinery. The engineering required to keep this monumental structure upright is where the true enduring mystery lies. In a standard monumental building of antiquity, thick, solid, windowless outer walls carry the immense, crushing weight of a stone roof. Zvartnots completely inverted this fundamental rule of architecture. The massive central dome was suspended high above the ground, its terrifying weight transferred down through a series of complex interlocking arches, ultimately resting on just 4 relatively slender internal pillars. It was heavily top-loaded. It was hollowed out by massive, intricate windows designed to let in brilliant shafts of celestial light. It was structurally precarious by every known metric of 7th century engineering. Yet they built it. And they decorated it with cryptic symbols that seem to whisper of an even older, forgotten past. Crowning those 4 vital, load-bearing pillars are the eagle capitals. These are gigantic, masterfully carved stone eagles. Their wings spread impossibly wide, seemingly holding up the massive weight of the stone arches upon their backs. This is not standard Christian iconography. This is a powerful, undeniable echo. The eagle was a sacred, dominant symbol of Urartu, a deeply ancient pre-Christian empire that once ruled these very highlands thousands of years before Nerses. The presence of these pagan guardians, hiding in plain sight, physically supporting the weight of a Christian dome, suggests something profound. It implies that Nerses' architects were drawing on a continuous, unbroken lineage of knowledge, much older than anyone realizes. A lineage of master builders who knew ancient secrets of stone that still defy modern comprehension. But mainstream archaeology offers a far more grounded, sobering explanation. There is no lost magic here, no forgotten advanced technology waiting to be unearthed beneath the Armenian soil. To the conventional historian, Zvartnots is simply the product of supreme human ambition and a brilliant, if flawed, fusion of Syrian and Byzantine architectural styles, executed by highly skilled, albeit overly optimistic, local masons. The skeptics point to the inevitable tragic end of the temple as definitive proof of their theory. Zvartnots did not last. In the 10th century, roughly 300 years after its grand dedication, the Temple of Celestial Angels came crashing down into the dust. The conventional verdict is straightforward and unforgiving. Nerses the builder pushed his architects too far. Driven by religious zeal and a desire for immortality, they designed a structure whose reach vastly exceeded the actual structural limits of stone masonry. By placing a tremendously heavy dome on a hollowed-out, multi-tiered circular frame, they created a magnificent glass jaw. When a massive earthquake, a frequent and devastating occurrence in the Ararat Plain, finally tore through the region, the fragile internal supports snapped under the lateral shear force. The top-heavy structure collapsed inward, burying its own brilliance beneath thousands of tons of carved volcanic rock. It was not a grand mystery. It was simply a beautiful, arrogant failure of medieval engineering. However, when you stand among the shattered, beautifully carved pillars of Zvartnots today, feeling the immense weight of the fallen stone, the mainstream explanation feels entirely inadequate. It ignores one glaring, undeniable reality of physics, geography, and history. 300 years. If the core design of Zvartnots was so inherently flawed, so dangerously top-heavy and precariously balanced, how did it survive 3 centuries in one of the most violent, geologically active seismic zones on the entire planet? The Armenian highlands are constantly ravaged by tectonic shifts. The earth here breathes and shudders constantly. A structurally doomed building does not endure 300 years of relentless, compounding tremors, surviving countless smaller quakes and geological shifts before finally giving way. This forces us to ask a dangerous, highly controversial question. What if the eventual collapse was not due to a lack of engineering knowledge? Rather, what if its miraculous 3-century survival was the direct result of a highly advanced, lost seismic technology? Some independent structural engineers and alternative researchers suggest that the builders of Zvartnots utilized specific forgotten geometric ratios and complex interlocking stone joints designed specifically to flex and absorb kinetic energy. The very thing that made it look so fragile, its open, arched internal frame and its tiered colonnades, might have acted as a primitive, highly effective shock absorption system. The massive blocks of volcanic tuff were not just stacked indiscriminately, they were precision-fitted without the heavy use of rigid mortar. potentially allowing the entire structure to sway and roll with the violent lateral waves of an earthquake, rather than standing perfectly rigid and shattering upon the first major impact. Furthermore, the sophisticated mathematics required to evenly distribute the terrifying weight of a heavy stone dome across a circular multi-tiered colonnade are absolutely staggering. The structural concepts applied at Zvartnots predate the vaunted geometric innovations of the European Gothic and Renaissance eras by many centuries. Western architects would not master this specific kind of complex load distribution and weight transfer until much later in human history. So where did the isolated 7th century builders of the Armenian highlands obtain this advanced knowledge of load-bearing geometry? They were actively manipulating forces of gravity, tension, and sheer stress that, according to the standard timeline of human progress, they technically should not have understood. The ruins of Zvartnots remain a profound paradox carved forever in stone. It is a monument that seems to exist entirely out of time, a haunting ghost of advanced geometry, casting long shadows beneath the snow-capped peak of Mount Ararat. We are left to stare at the beautifully fallen eagles and the fragmented, sweeping arches, trying desperately to reverse engineer the minds of the men who dared to build a celestial cylinder on trembling earth. Did they simply get incredibly lucky for 300 unbroken years? Or did they possess a mastery of seismic engineering and architectural mathematics that was tragically swallowed by the earth when the temple finally fell? If the architects of the 7th century held the precise geometric secrets required to build a towering multi-story stone rotunda that defied gravity and devastating earthquakes for centuries, what other lost architectural sciences are buried beneath the dust of history? The collapse of Zvartnots might not be a story of engineering failure at all. It might be the final shattering echo of a forgotten architectural epoch. And if they could build this impossible machine of stone 1400 years ago, we have to look out across the stark plains and wonder what else they knew, what else they built, and what else is still waiting to be found in the dirt. 8. Noratus Cemetery, the Standing Stone Legion. High in the mountains of Armenia, near the misty shores of Lake Sevan, an army of nearly 1,000 stone monoliths stands frozen in time. These are the giant steles of Noratus. But look closer, and a terrifying paradox reveals itself. Carved into these multi-ton slabs of unforgiving volcanic rock is a microscopic, fractal-like geometry so perfect it is known as needle lace. How did medieval artisans achieve such flawless mathematical precision on jagged stone without modern tools? And why do local legends insist these very stones once physically stood up to repel an invading empire? Are these simply elaborate tombstones? Or do they hold a pre-Christian cosmic code completely missed by modern historians? Mainstream history provides a surprisingly mundane label for this breathtaking site. It is known as the Noratus Cemetery. Tucked away in the Geghard province, it holds the title of the largest surviving collection of Khachkars, or Armenian cross stones, anywhere on Earth. The timeline of their creation is vast, spanning primarily from the 9th to the 17th centuries. Officially, these towering monuments were the work of devout medieval Armenian monks, highly skilled master masons, and everyday local villagers. They were raised to act as heavy, permanent bridges between the earthly realm and the divine. A stone might be erected to save a departing soul, to commemorate a decisive military victory, or to serve as a talisman protecting a vulnerable village from earthquakes and natural disasters. Centuries ago, tens of thousands of these majestic stones dotted the rugged landscape of the Armenian highlands. Today, due to the ravages of time, nature, and cultural destruction, Noratus stands as their final great gathering place. To the Orthodox historian, it is simply a graveyard. It is a beautiful, sprawling, historically significant medieval cemetery, but a graveyard nonetheless. But when you step out onto this wind-swept field and actually examine the stonework with your own eyes, the simple narrative of pious medieval farmers chiseling away at crude rocks begins to rapidly fracture. The sheer volume of stones is staggering, but it is the proximity and the microscopic detail that truly confound the mind. The closer you get to the surface of the stone, the less sense the orthodox narrative makes. You are not looking at crude, primitive carvings hammered out by simple village tools. You are looking at a terrifying obsession with infinity. These monuments are carved from massive, multi-ton slabs of basalt and volcanic tuff, some standing well over 10 feet tall and weighing thousands of pounds. The core anomaly lies in what art historians and experts call the needle lace technique. Imagine taking a solid block of dense, heavy volcanic rock and treating it as though it were a delicate piece of silk or fine jewellery. The artisans carved deeply into the stone, hollowing out the background to create complex, interlocking eternity knots that weave over and under each other in an infinite, unbroken loop. They etched fractal geometric patterns, sprawling vines, and highly stylized botanical motifs that seemingly defy the physical limitations of the material. To achieve this level of three-dimensional depth and perfectly balanced, mirrored symmetry, a carver requires absolute mathematical precision. 1 millimeter off in spacing, and the pattern breaks. One uneven cut, and the visual illusion of the infinite weave is destroyed. Yet, across hundreds of densely packed stones, the geometry flows flawlessly. Then there is the hidden symbolism. Look beneath the prominent central Christian cross on almost any Khachkar standing at Noratus. You will rarely find standard Christian iconography anchoring the base. Instead, you find ancient, deeply pagan motifs staring back at you, blazing solar discs, intricate winged wheels representing the cyclical nature of eternity, geometric fractals that look suspiciously like cymatic sound frequencies, the physical geometric patterns made by sound waves, or ancient Zoroastrian star maps charting the cosmos. It is as if two completely different religions, representing two entirely different epochs of human history and thought, were violently smashed together and immortalized onto a single slab of rock. But perhaps the most baffling anomaly of Noratus is not just how these impossible stones were made, but how they survived at all. The Armenian highlands have been a highly contested crossroads of violent, unrelenting conquest for millennia. Empires swept through this valley, intentionally destroying the cultural artifacts and monuments of everything in their path. Yet, the stones of Noratus remained standing. According to a persistent and thrilling local legend, their survival was not a fortunate accident. When the ruthless, sweeping armies of the conqueror Tamerlane, or in some older historical accounts, the Seljuk Turks, swept toward the undefended village, the locals knew they were hopelessly outnumbered. Slaughter was imminent. In a desperate, brilliant gambit, the villagers mobilized. They dressed the hundreds of towering Khachkars in armor, draping their broad stone shoulders with iron helmets, chain mail, and dark cloaks. As the invading army approached through the dense, rolling mountain fog of the Sevan Basin, their forward scouts halted in sheer terror. Through the mist, they saw what appeared to be a massive, heavily armored infantry, waiting for them in perfect, silent, unbreakable formation. Intimidated by the sheer size and unwavering discipline of this phantom defensive line, the invaders turned their horses and retreated. The stone army had literally defended the living. It is a brilliant, cinematic legend of survival. But conventional archaeologists are incredibly quick to bring this sprawling mystery back down to earth. Mainstream science dictates that there is no magic here, no lost acoustic technology, and certainly no esoteric wizardry at play. The breathtaking needle-lace carvings, they argue, are simply the natural result of extreme, generational mastery within dedicated artisan guilds. The secret, skeptics say, lies entirely within the material science of volcanic tuff. While tuff looks incredibly dense, jagged and indestructible to us today, it possesses a highly unique geological quirk. When it is freshly quarried deep from the earth, heavily saturated with groundwater, it is surprisingly soft and pliable. Archaeologists and geologists point out that a skilled medieval mason could carve freshly cut tuff almost like butter, using nothing more advanced than basic iron chisels, wooden mallets, and abrasive sand. It is only after the stone is fully carved, erected, and exposed to the air and the harsh mountain elements that it begins to oxidize. Over years and decades, it slowly bakes in the sun and hardens into the rugged, indestructible monoliths we see standing today. As for the impossible geometry, historians argue it is merely the logical endpoint of traditional compass and straight-edge drafting. Master-apprentice guilds passed down strict geometric formulas, fiercely guarded secrets of their trade over centuries. A master mason would meticulously map out the grids, draw the interlocking circles with chalk and string, and the apprentices would slowly, painstakingly chip away the negative space. It is a testament to immense human patience and religious devotion, not an indicator of a lost ancient technology. It is a remarkably neat, rational explanation, but to many who have studied the stones up close, it blatantly ignores a glaring physical reality. Even if the freshly quarried tuff was soft, the margin for error on these complex, deeply undercut, overlapping infinity knots is exactly zero. The deeper you carve into the block, the more fragile the remaining stone lattice becomes. One slightly heavy strike with a primitive iron hammer, one microscopic slip of the heavy chisel, a single hidden microfracture buried deep inside the stone itself. Any of these common occurrences would instantly shatter the delicate geometric lattice, ruining months, if not an entire year, of painstaking labor. There is no erasing a mistake in stone. Yet, we are told these medieval villagers maintained a flawless, error-free consistency across nearly 1,000 massive stones, generation after generation. This mechanical impossibility has led alternative researchers and independent historians to propose a radical, paradigm-shifting counter-theory. What if Noratus is not simply a cemetery for the dead? What if it is a megalithic library meant for the living? Consider the highly esoteric blending of the symbols. By placing the newly adopted, politically acceptable Christian cross directly above ancient pagan solar alignments and sacred mathematical geometry, the master carvers may have been executing a brilliant, desperate act of preservation. They were hiding forbidden esoteric knowledge, perhaps an ancient Armenian cosmology, a lost mathematical code, or maps of the stars in plain sight. By wrapping ancient cosmic secrets in the accepted religious and orthodox imagery of the day, they effectively protected this profound knowledge from being smashed by religious zealots or foreign invading armies. Furthermore, we must look critically at exactly where this stone army is stationed. Noratus sits near the shores of Lake Sevan, one of the largest high-altitude freshwater lakes in all of Eurasia. Ancient cultures worldwide consistently placed highly significant megalithic structures near massive bodies of water, intentionally utilizing specific geographic placements along supposed energetic or acoustic ley lines. Do the densely packed stones of Noratus serve a hidden secondary function? Do they act as a network of acoustic markers designed to resonate with the unique atmospheric and geological frequencies of the Lake Sevan basin? Some researchers argue that the geometric, cymatic patterns carved so perfectly into the rock are not just decorative religious flair, but highly functional blueprints, ancient instructions on how the stones interact with environmental energy and human consciousness. As the sun sets over the rugged Armenian highlands, the long, creeping shadows cast by the eternity knots seem to bring the silent stone army of Noratus to life. The silence of the cemetery is incredibly heavy, weighted with centuries of unspoken secrets and lost histories. We are left to wander between these magnificent, impossible stones and wonder. Are we truly merely looking at the quiet resting place of a forgotten medieval village? Or are the towering Khachkars of Noratus a massive, petrified archive of ancient, lost knowledge, patiently waiting for the right mind to come along and finally decode its sacred geometry? The answers remain locked tight inside the rock. But the imposing stone army reminds us that human history is rarely as simple as a chisel striking stone. And as we leave the shores of Lake Sevan behind, we are forced to realize that Noratus isn't the only place on Earth where ancient monoliths seem to hold impossible, world-altering secrets. For centuries, one of the tallest and most intricate towers on Earth has stood alone in a river valley where no great city should exist, built with mathematical precision, covered in sacred text, and yet seemingly abandoned almost as soon as it rose. So why was the Minaret of Jam placed here, far from any surviving mosque, capital, or population centre, and what vanished landscape was it meant to dominate? If it was a victory monument, where is the victory city it celebrated? And if it was a call to prayer, who was meant to hear it echo through an empty valley? How did medieval builders engineer a structure this tall on unstable ground, without modern tools? And why does its design appear to anticipate later imperial monuments thousands of miles away? Was Jam once the heart of a lost capital, erased by rivers and time? Or was it always meant to stand alone, a message carved into the mountains rather than the city? And if so, what message was it sending, and to whom? Bamiyan cliff complexes. Carved into the ochre cliffs of central Afghanistan, the Bamiyan cliff complexes unfold quietly along the high mountain basin of the Bamiyan Valley, a landscape shaped as much by altitude and wind as by human patience, where sheer rock faces rise above fertile ground that once supported caravans, pilgrims, and monastic communities over many centuries, and where the cliffs themselves became architecture long before freestanding monuments dominated the region. From a distance, the escarpment appears natural, its cavities reading as irregular shadows. Yet closer inspection reveals an immense system of excavated caves, corridors, sanctuaries, and towering niches that testify to a sustained and organized effort of excavation beginning as early as the first centuries of the Common Era, when Bamiyan lay along a crucial branch of the Silk Road, linking the Indian subcontinent, Central Asia, and the Iranian plateau, and drawing not only merchants, but also religious specialists, artisans, and administrators into a shared corridor of movement. The most prominent features, the now empty alcoves that once held the colossal Buddhas of Bamiyan, dominate both the physical and interpretive landscape. Yet they are only the most visible components of a far larger system, one that includes hundreds of smaller caves cut at multiple levels, many once plastered and painted, their surfaces bearing traces of mineral pigments, vegetal binders, and stylistic conventions that align with Buddhist artistic traditions stretching from Gandhara to the Tarim Basin, suggesting a site not of isolation but of active participation in a cosmopolitan religious world. Archaeological study indicates that the cliff face was developed incrementally rather than according to a single master plan, with caves expanded, connected, or abandoned as monastic needs shifted, and with structural elements such as wooden beams and staircases, now largely vanished, once bridging gaps in the rock, allowing movement between meditation cells, assembly halls, and devotional spaces in a vertical arrangement that mirrored both practical constraints and symbolic hierarchies. Historical accounts, including those attributed to the Chinese pilgrim Xuanzang, describe Bamiyan as a thriving Buddhist centre in the 7th century, populated by thousands of monks and dominated by monumental images whose scale was intended to render spiritual presence inseparable from the surrounding mountains. An ambition that required not only artistic vision but advanced knowledge of rock mechanics, load distribution, and surface preparation, as the figures were not simply carved but modelled, plastered and painted, combining subtractive and additive techniques rarely preserved at such scale. Beneath these celebrated surfaces, however, the caves reveal a more ambiguous narrative, as many show signs of reuse across centuries, with soot deposits from domestic fires, storage niches cut through earlier iconography, and later Islamic period modifications that suggest continuity of habitation even as religious orientation changed, complicating any attempt to assign the site to a single cultural moment. Geological studies further add to the complexity, noting that the conglomerate rock of Bamiyan, relatively soft yet prone to fracturing, would have required constant maintenance, implying an ongoing institutional presence, capable of organising repairs, reinforcing surfaces and managing collapse risk, an effort that likely declined as political control shifted away from Buddhist patronage after the region's gradual integration into Islamic polities. Despite this long arc of transformation, it is the sudden rupture of the early 21st century that has come to define Bamiyan in global consciousness, when the destruction of the standing Buddhas by the Taliban left behind the empty niches that now frame discussions of loss, memory, and reconstruction. Yet archaeologists working at the site caution that the removal of the statues, while devastating, also exposed internal construction details, such as wooden armatures and layered plasters that had been previously inaccessible, offering rare insights into ancient engineering methods, even as they underscored the fragility of what remains. Today, conservation teams face a series of unresolved questions, not only about whether and how to reconstruct the colossal figures, but about how to stabilize the cliffs themselves as erosion, freeze-thaw cycles and seismic activity continue to threaten the remaining caves, many of which still contain faint murals depicting celestial beings, donors, and symbolic motifs whose iconography blends South Asian, Iranian, and Central Asian elements in ways that resist simple categorization. Scholarly debate persists over the precise function of certain chambers, some of which appear too large for solitary meditation, yet lack the axial planning of formal temples, while others are positioned in locations that seem deliberately concealed, suggesting ritual practices or storage functions not fully described in surviving texts. Even the scale of the monastic population remains uncertain, inferred indirectly from cave counts and water management features, rather than confirmed by settlement remains, leaving open the possibility that Bamiyan functioned as a seasonal or ceremonial hub, rather than a continuously dense community. As research continues, through non-invasive methods such as photogrammetry, pigment analysis, and microstratigraphic sampling, the site increasingly appears less as a static monument and more as a living geological archive, recording centuries of human adaptation to a demanding environment where belief, trade, and terrain intersected. In this sense, the Bamiyan cliff complexes remain among the most studied archaeological landscapes in Afghanistan, not because they yield clear answers, but because each layer of documentation reveals further ambiguities, reminding observers that even in the absence of their most famous figures, the cliffs still hold a quiet accumulation of unresolved evidence, shaped by time, altered by belief, and suspended between what is known and what can only be inferred from the stone itself. Minaret of Jam. Rising unexpectedly from the narrow confluence of two rivers in the remote mountains of western Afghanistan, the Minaret of Jam stands alone in a steep-sided valley where geography itself seems to resist permanence. Its slender brick shaft, emerging from gravel flats, hemmed in by cliffs, seasonal floods and seismic fault lines, and where access even today requires deliberate effort along winding tracks that offer little hint of monumental architecture ahead. Yet this isolation is deceptive, for the minaret occupies a landscape once central to the ambitions of the Ghurid dynasty, whose power expanded rapidly across eastern Iran, Afghanistan, and northern India during the late 12th century, transforming Jam from a marginal settlement into a symbolic node of imperial authority. The structure itself, approximately 65 metres tall and built almost entirely of baked brick, dates to around 1190 CE, likely during the reign of Ghiyath al-Din Muhammad, and its form adheres to the typology of victory minarets common in the Islamic world. Yet its execution diverges in ways that have long puzzled historians, beginning with its location far from any surviving mosque complex, and continuing through its dense program of Kufic and Naskh inscriptions that spiral upward in bands, quoting verses from the Quran alongside dedicatory texts that emphasize divine authority rather than urban function. From a distance, the tower appears delicate, almost precarious, but closer inspection reveals a sophisticated understanding of structural physics, as the cylindrical shaft subtly tapers and incorporates internal staircases, decorative relief, and alternating brick orientations that distribute load while reducing material mass, an approach comparable to contemporary towers in Iran and Central Asia, but pushed to an unusual vertical extreme. Archaeological surveys have struggled to contextualize the minaret within a broader settlement, as traces of buildings near its base are fragmentary and largely erased by centuries of flooding from the Hari and Jam rivers, whose shifting channels undercut the foundations and periodically deposit sediment around the base, complicating excavation and making it difficult to determine whether the tower once stood at the heart of a city, possibly the lost Ghurid capital of Firuzkoh, or marked a ceremonial or commemorative site separate from dense habitation. Historical sources reference Firuzkoh as a grand mountain capital adorned with palaces, gardens and mosques, yet its precise location remains debated. And while Jam aligns geographically with some descriptions, the absence of extensive architectural remains forces scholars to reconcile textual ambition with archaeological restraint. The minaret's decoration provides further clues and contradictions, as its intricate geometric patterns and calligraphy suggest the work of highly trained artisans operating within a courtly context, implying access to resources, labour organisation and ideological intent that exceed what the current landscape seems able to support, raising the possibility that much of the surrounding built environment has simply not survived the region's hydrological volatility. Unlike many Islamic minarets that functioned as practical components of congregational mosques, the Jam Tower lacks clear evidence of a prayer hall or urban grid, leading some researchers to interpret it as a freestanding monument commemorating military victory, possibly the Ghurid triumph over the Ghaznavids in 1192, an interpretation strengthened by parallels to the Qutub Minar in India, which was begun shortly after under Ghurid influence and shares both stylistic and symbolic features. Yet even this comparison raises questions, as the Jam minaret predates the full articulation of such monumental propaganda in the region, suggesting that it may represent an experimental or transitional expression of imperial messaging rather than a standardized form. The tower's endurance into the modern era owes as much to neglect as to engineering, as its remote location spared it from deliberate destruction, while exposing it to natural forces that now pose its greatest threat, including erosion at the base, structural cracking, and the cumulative effects of earthquakes that subtly tilt the shaft, a condition documented since at least the early 20th century, when Western explorers first recorded the site. Modern conservation efforts, coordinated intermittently by UNESCO and Afghan authorities, face persistent challenges not only from instability and limited access, but from the difficulty of intervening without altering the original fabric, as reinforcing the foundation's risks, changing load dynamics in ways that could accelerate rather than prevent collapse. Debates continue over whether the minaret was ever fully integrated into a larger architectural ensemble, or intentionally placed as a solitary vertical marker in a dramatic landscape, where its visual dominance would be amplified by contrast with the surrounding mountains, aligning spiritual ascent with physical elevation in a manner consistent with Islamic metaphors of transcendence. Even the inscriptions themselves, while legible in parts, leave interpretive gaps, as erosion has removed key sections that might have clarified dedication or function, leaving scholars to reconstruct meaning through partial texts and stylistic parallels. Today, the Minaret of Jam occupies a paradoxical position as one of Afghanistan's most celebrated yet least understood monuments, extensively documented through surveys, photographs, and structural analyses, yet still resistant to definitive contextualization, its survival seeming almost provisional against the forces that surround it. As the rivers continue to shift and the valley remains sparsely inhabited, the tower stands as a vertical archive of ambition, belief, and uncertainty, offering evidence of a moment when imperial power reached into the mountains and inscribed itself in brick and geometry, while withholding the fuller narrative of the city or ceremony that once gave it purpose, leaving the minaret not as a resolved historical statement, but as an enduring question rising quietly from the stone and water below. Ireland's oldest stone monuments weren't built randomly, and they weren't built simply to bury the dead. So why do they align with solstices, equinoxes, mountains, and horizons with such precision? And how did farming communities without metal, writing, or wheels move stones, weighing over 100 tons across miles of land? Why do some monuments hide light deep inside sealed chambers, while others leave the dead exposed to sky and sea? And if these sites were all built by the same people, why do they speak such different architectural languages? What kind of knowledge was being shared? What was being remembered? And what has been lost between then and now? Newgrange Passage Tomb. The low winter light settles gently over the bend of the River Boyne as the grass-covered mound of Newgrange rises from the surrounding farmland, with a composure that suggests long familiarity with the passing of centuries. Its circular form, measuring roughly 85 metres across, and enclosing a stone-built passage and chamber that were already ancient when the first metal tools appeared in Ireland, constructed around 3200 BCE by a Neolithic farming community whose material traces elsewhere are modest, but whose architectural ambition here is unmistakable. For beneath the turf lies a carefully engineered structure built from an estimated 200,000 tons of stone, including massive curbstones hauled from distant riverbeds, slabs of greywacke and granite transported from the Wicklow Mountains and the Mourne region, and a retaining wall of white quartz and dark granite cobbles that once formed a striking facade, not as a random accumulation, but as a deliberate visual boundary between interior and exterior, life and ritual, approach and threshold, and the passage itself, narrow and precisely aligned, extends inward for nearly 20 metres, its floor stones gently rising toward a cruciform chamber roofed with a corbelled vault that still remains watertight after more than 5 millennia, an achievement of dry stone engineering that depends on exact angles, balanced loads, and a deep understanding of stone behaviour under pressure, all accomplished without mortar, metal, or written plans, relying instead on transmitted knowledge and collective memory. What distinguishes Newgrange, even among Europe's passage tombs, is the small opening above the entrance, the so-called roof box, a subtle architectural feature that might be overlooked were it not for its singular effect. For a few days around the winter solstice, when the sun reaches its lowest arc in the sky, a narrow beam of light enters this opening and travels slowly along the passage floor, illuminating the chamber interior for approximately 17 minutes, touching the basin stone at the back before receding. An event that requires not only precise orientation, but also an understanding of solar movement over the year, suggesting careful long-term observation and an ability to translate cyclical celestial patterns into permanent stone form. This alignment is not approximate, but remarkably exact, refined through incremental adjustment during construction, implying that the builders tested and corrected their work, perhaps over multiple seasons, and that the solstice itself held significance beyond simple calendrical marking, coinciding with the darkest point of the year and the gradual return of longer days, a moment heavy with agricultural, symbolic, and cosmological meaning for communities dependent on seasonal rhythms. The stones that line the passage and chamber are engraved with abstract motifs, spirals, lozenges, chevrons, arcs, and concentric circles, pecked into the surface with stone tools, their meanings not explicitly recoverable, but their placement far from arbitrary, with the most complex carvings appearing at thresholds and key visual points, including the entrance curbstone, whose triple spiral motif has become emblematic of the site, suggesting an encoded system of symbols rather than casual decoration, possibly relating to movement, cycles, or transformation, themes reinforced by the experience of entering the mound itself, transitioning from daylight into darkness, and then, at a specific moment of the year, witnessing light return in a controlled and temporary way. Archaeological excavation has revealed cremated human remains placed within stone basins in the chamber, along with small artifacts such as pendants, beads and bone pins, indicating funerary or ancestral functions. Yet the limited number of burials compared to the scale of the monument suggests that Newgrange was not a communal cemetery in a straightforward sense, but a place reserved for select individuals or ritual acts, perhaps tied to lineage, status, or cosmological roles, and its construction would have required coordinated labour over decades, implying social organisation capable of sustaining long-term projects and shared symbolic goals. What complicates interpretation is that Newgrange does not stand alone, but forms part of the larger Brú na Bóinne complex alongside Knowth and Dowth, with their own passages and alignments, creating a ritual landscape integrated with the river's bend, a natural feature that may itself have been imbued with meaning. And the clustering of monuments suggests that the area functioned as a focal point for gatherings, ceremonies, and the reinforcement of shared narratives across generations. Despite decades of study, certain questions remain unresolved. How knowledge of solar alignment was first identified and maintained, whether the carvings correspond to astronomical counts or are purely symbolic. How labour was mobilised without clear evidence of hierarchy, and why such architectural intensity appears concentrated here while leaving little trace in domestic contexts, creating a contrast between monumental permanence and everyday impermanence. The careful preservation of the solstice alignment over thousands of years also raises questions about continuity of knowledge, whether later communities understood and maintained the original function, or simply inherited a structure whose meaning had already shifted as Newgrange was reused, altered, and mythologized in subsequent periods, eventually entering medieval Irish literature as the dwelling of the Tuatha Dé Danann and the home of the god Dagda, a layering of story atop stone that reflects an enduring sense that the mound was more than inert architecture. Today, standing outside the reconstructed facade with its debated interpretation, one is confronted not with an answer, but with a controlled experience shaped by Neolithic choices, where light, stone, time, and movement intersect in a way that remains intelligible without being fully explainable. And Newgrange persists less as a solved artifact than as a carefully calibrated encounter, designed by people whose technical skill is evident, whose symbolic system is largely lost, and whose awareness of cycles, solar, seasonal and generational, was embedded directly into the landscape, leaving behind a structure that continues to function exactly as intended, even as the full extent of what was intended remains just beyond reach. Poulnabrone dolmen. Rising abruptly from the fractured limestone pavement of the Burren, Poulnabrone dolmen stands in stark contrast to the low, earth-covered mounds of the Boyne Valley, its form reduced to the bare essentials of megalithic construction, two slender portal stones lifting a massive capstone into the open air, exposed to wind, rain and shifting light in a landscape shaped as much by erosion as by human intervention, and dated to roughly 3,800 to 3,200 BCE, making it broadly contemporary with Newgrange, yet fundamentally different in expression, suggesting that shared knowledge did not require uniform design. The surrounding karst terrain, formed over hundreds of millions of years from compressed marine sediments, creates a surface of grikes and clints that drains water quickly and supports thin soils, an environment that appears inhospitable at first glance, but was once more wooded and grazed by early farming communities who cleared patches of land for cultivation and burial, choosing this elevated position not for concealment but for visibility, as Poulnabrone commands wide views across the Burren Plateau, its silhouette recognisable from a distance and oriented roughly north-south, though without the precise solar alignment seen at Newgrange. Excavations carried out in the late 1980s revealed a complex burial history beneath the monument, uncovering the remains of at least 33 individuals, including adults, children and infants, interred over several centuries, along with grave goods such as pottery shards, stone axes, bone pins and beads, indicating repeated use rather than a single funerary event, and suggesting that the dolmen functioned as a communal tomb tied to a local group rather than an elite few. The skeletal evidence points to lives marked by physical labour, occasional trauma and periods of nutritional stress, yet also to careful ritual treatment in death, with remains often disarticulated, rearranged or cremated before placement, implying that burial was a process rather than a moment, possibly involving excarnation or temporary exposure elsewhere before final deposition beneath the stones. Structurally, the dolmen's apparent simplicity conceals a nuanced understanding of balance and load distribution, as the capstone, weighing several tons, rests securely on minimal contact points, its weight transferred vertically through the uprights into the bedrock below, a solution that required both careful selection of stone and an intuitive grasp of stability, achieved without formal measurement systems, but refined through experience and experimentation. Unlike Newgrange, Poulnabrone bears no carved ornamentation, no enclosed passage, and no evidence of celestial alignment. Yet this absence does not imply a lack of symbolic intent. Rather, it suggests a different emphasis, one that foregrounds the act of placement within the landscape itself, where the monument's exposure allows the dead to remain visibly present among the living, integrated into daily movement across the plateau and into seasonal cycles of grazing and travel. The Burren's geology adds another layer of interpretation, as the dolmen stones are composed of local limestone, drawn directly from the surrounding pavement, blurring the distinction between monument and terrain, and making the structure appear as though it has emerged naturally from the ground, a quality that may have reinforced ideas of ancestry rooted in place, where the dead were returned not into an enclosed chamber, but into the open structure of the land itself. Yet, questions persist about why such a prominent tomb was established in a region with relatively sparse evidence of large settlements, raising the possibility that Poulnabrone marked a territorial boundary, a seasonal gathering point, or a routeway across the Burren, serving social functions beyond burial alone. The contrast with Newgrange becomes instructive rather than contradictory, revealing that Neolithic Ireland was not governed by a single architectural language or belief system, but by a shared capacity to work stone at scale, adapted to local environments and cultural priorities. And while Newgrange orchestrates light and darkness within a sealed interior, Poulnabrone stages permanence against exposure, allowing time and weather to participate in the monument's meaning. Its continued survival, despite centuries of agricultural activity and stone removal elsewhere, suggests that later communities recognized its significance, even if its original context had faded, preserving it as a landmark whose purpose was no longer fully understood, but whose presence remained unquestioned. In this way, Poulnabrone does not resolve the mysteries introduced by Newgrange, but reframes them, demonstrating that whatever knowledge Neolithic builders possessed was flexible rather than formulaic, capable of producing monuments that differ radically in form, yet converge in their ability to endure, to anchor memory in stone, and to suggest that the relationship between the living, the dead, and the landscape was negotiated through careful placement rather than through uniform design, leaving behind a structure that stands exposed and undecorated, yet no less deliberate, inviting interpretation without prescribing it. Knowth. Set slightly apart, yet inseparable from the wider complex at Brú na Bóinne, Knowth occupies a commanding position on a low ridge overlooking the River Boyne, its great mound broader than that of Newgrange, and encircled by the largest collection of megalithic art in Western Europe, more than 200 decorated stones, whose density and variety immediately suggest that this was a place where visual language carried particular weight, constructed around 3200 BCE, and sharing the same Neolithic origins as its more famous neighbour, yet expressing those origins through a different architectural logic that complicates any assumption of a single unifying purpose. The mound itself measures nearly 100 metres in diameter and contains two long passages placed on opposite sides, one facing roughly east and the other west, extending inward to separate chambers that do not meet, an arrangement that appears symmetrical at first glance but resists easy interpretation, especially since neither passage aligns cleanly with the winter solstice sunrise or sunset in the way Newgrange does, though the western passage does capture the equinox sunsets in a more diffuse manner, allowing light to reach the chamber floor at certain times of year without the same precision, raising the possibility that Knowth was concerned less with singular moments than with balance, transition, or cyclical movement between light and dark. The curbstones that ring the base of the mound form an almost continuous gallery of carved imagery, with spirals, serpentine lines, zigzags, and nested lozenges flowing across stone surfaces in patterns that appear both repetitive and endlessly varied, sometimes wrapping around edges, sometimes abruptly terminating, and often interacting with the natural contours and fissures of the rock, suggesting that the carvings were designed in dialogue with the stone itself rather than imposed upon it, and that their placement at ground level ensured they would be encountered repeatedly by those moving around the mound, reinforcing their visibility and perhaps their mnemonic function. Unlike the interior carvings at Newgrange, many of Knowth's motifs are external, exposed to weathering and erosion, implying that their meaning did not depend on permanence of detail, but on form, movement, and repetition, and that they were intended to be seen in changing light conditions across seasons and times of day. Excavation has revealed evidence of complex activity around the mound, including hearths, pits, and deposits that suggest repeated gatherings, while the chambers themselves contained limited human remains, again pointing toward selective burial or ritual use rather than communal interment, and reinforcing the impression that Knowth functioned as a node of social and symbolic activity rather than a simple tomb. The engineering of the mound mirrors that of Newgrange in its use of corbelled roofing and carefully graded layers of stone and earth. Yet subtle differences in construction hint at independent planning decisions. Perhaps even different building groups working within a shared tradition, but pursuing distinct goals. After its Neolithic use, Knowth did not fade into obscurity, but was repeatedly reoccupied and reinterpreted, becoming a fortified settlement in the early medieval period, with souterrains dug into the mound and defensive structures erected around it, a transformation that physically altered the monument while preserving its central prominence in the landscape, and illustrating how later communities adapted ancient structures to new needs without fully erasing their symbolic weight. This long sequence of reuse complicates efforts to isolate an original meaning, as layers of habitation blur the boundary between ritual, monument, and lived space. Yet they also testify to the enduring utility of the mound's location, scale, and construction. The sheer volume of decorated stones raises further questions about the role of art within Neolithic society, particularly given the absence of clear figurative imagery, suggesting that abstraction itself carried communicative power, perhaps encoding cosmological ideas, territorial markers, or social memory in a form that resisted fixed interpretation and could be reactivated through repeated viewing and movement. In contrast to Poulnabrone's stark exposure and Newgrange's controlled interior drama, Knowth presents a more outward-facing complexity where meaning seems to circulate around the monument rather than culminate at a single point, and where the act of walking the perimeter, passing stone after stone, may have been as significant as entering the chambers themselves. The relationship between the two passages, one oriented toward the rising light and the other toward its decline, introduces a quiet tension that has not been fully resolved by archaeological explanation, leaving open the possibility that Knowth was concerned with dualities, east and west, beginning and ending, visibility and obscurity, without committing to a single calendrical event. In this way, Knowth deepens the mystery established by Newgrange, rather than clarifying it, demonstrating that even within a tightly clustered ritual landscape, Neolithic builders experimented with form, orientation, and symbolic emphasis, producing monuments that share materials and techniques yet diverge in intention, and leaving behind a mound whose carved stones continue to suggest an ordered system of thought, even as the logic that once unified them remains only partially legible. Carrowmore megalithic cemetery. Spread across a gently undulating limestone plain near the coast of County Sligo, the Carrowmore megalithic cemetery presents a markedly different expression of Neolithic monumentality, not as a single dominant structure, but as a dispersed constellation of stone circles, cairns and dolmens, once numbering over 60 and originally constructed around 3700 to 3200 BCE, making Carrowmore one of the earliest and most extensive megalithic cemeteries in Ireland, and one whose scale emerges not from individual mass, but from cumulative presence across the landscape. The monuments are generally modest in size compared to the great mounds of the Boyne Valley, consisting of small stone circles enclosing central dolmens or cairns, many built with locally sourced limestone and sandstone, and often oriented toward the northeast, facing the rising sun and, in some cases, the prominent profile of Knocknarea mountain, whose massive cairn dominates the horizon and appears to function as both a visual anchor and a symbolic focal point for the entire complex. This repeated orientation suggests a shared spatial logic that linked individual tombs to a larger topographical framework, integrating distant landmarks into the ritual geography and reinforcing a sense of coherence across the cemetery despite its dispersed layout. Excavation has shown that Carrowmore's monuments were used primarily for cremation burials, with burnt human remains placed in simple stone cists or directly beneath capstans, often accompanied by minimal grave goods such as quartz fragments, stone tools or pottery. And the relative simplicity of these deposits contrasts with the labour-intensive construction of the stone settings themselves, implying that the act of building and positioning the monument carried as much significance as the materials placed within it. Unlike later passage tomb cemeteries, Carrowmore lacks long enclosed corridors and complex internal chambers, favouring open structures that maintain a visual relationship with the surrounding land, allowing the dead to remain symbolically connected to sky, horizon, and mountain, rather than enclosed within earth. The cemetery's development over time suggests incremental growth rather than a single coordinated project, with monuments added and modified across generations, creating a layered landscape of memory in which earlier tombs remained visible and influential as new ones were constructed nearby. This accumulation would have reinforced ancestral continuity, while also marking social presence across territory, especially given Carrowmore's proximity to the coast and to natural routeways linking inland and maritime zones. The choice of location, with broad views across Sligo Bay and the Ox Mountains, situates the cemetery at a threshold between land and sea, a liminal setting that may have carried symbolic resonance for communities engaged in both farming and coastal resource use. Yet Carrowmore's history is also marked by loss, as many monuments were damaged or dismantled in the 19th century for agricultural improvement, leaving gaps that complicate efforts to reconstruct the original layout and relationships, and reminding modern observers that the present landscape is a fragmentary remnant rather than a complete record. Despite this, enough remains to reveal a deliberate patterning that distinguishes Carrowmore from both the concentrated monumentality of Poulnabrone and the isolated prominence of sites like Poulnabrone, emphasizing instead a collective approach to burial and commemoration, where no single tomb overwhelms the others, and meaning emerges through repetition and distribution. The absence of elaborate megalithic art at Carrowmore further differentiates it, suggesting that symbolic communication here relied more on placement, orientation, and cumulative scale than on carved imagery, and that the landscape itself functioned as the primary medium through which ideas were expressed. Archaeological interpretation continues to grapple with whether Carrowmore represents an early developmental phase of Irish megalithic tradition, or a parallel expression that persisted alongside later, more elaborate forms, and the evidence supports elements of both, indicating continuity without linear progression. In this context, Carrowmore complicates any narrative of increasing complexity, showing instead that simplicity and dispersion could coexist with architectural skill and symbolic depth. Seen together, the monuments form a quiet but insistent presence, one that does not direct attention inward to a single chamber or moment, but outward across a shared terrain, binding individual burials into a wider ancestral field, and suggesting that the knowledge held by Neolithic builders included not only how to raise stones, but how to distribute meaning across space, creating a cemetery that functions as a landscape of relationships rather than a collection of isolated structures, and whose full design only becomes apparent when viewed as a whole rather than in parts. Drumbeg Stone Circle. Closer to the Atlantic edge, and far removed from the great burial landscapes of the east and north, the Drumbeg Stone Circle occupies a low rise overlooking the sea near the rugged coastline of West Cork, its 17 surviving stones forming a compact ring that appears modest in scale yet precise in execution, dated to the late Bronze Age around 1100 to 800 BCE, and marking a chronological shift that nonetheless preserves a continuity of concern with orientation, landscape, and cyclical time. The stones vary in height, but are deliberately graded, with the tallest portal stones positioned in the southwest quadrant, creating a focal axis that aligns with the setting sun at the winter solstice, an alignment confirmed through repeated observation and supported by the placement of a recumbent axial stone opposite the portals, a configuration that echoes stone circles in Scotland and suggests shared or transmitted ideas across the Irish Sea long after the construction of Neolithic passage tombs had ceased. From the circle, the sun sinks into the Atlantic horizon at the year's darkest point, its path framed by the stones and reflected in the nearby sea, binding sky, water and stone into a single visual event that would have required careful sighting and adjustment, even within a tradition that no longer favoured monumental mounds or enclosed chambers. Excavation around Drumbeg has revealed evidence of associated activity beyond the circle itself, including the remains of a nearby Fulacht Fiad, a Bronze Age cooking site characterised by burnt stone and water-filled troughs, and traces of huts or enclosures, indicating that the circle was part of a lived landscape rather than an isolated ritual marker, and that gatherings at the solstice may have coincided with seasonal feasting, communal labour, or social reaffirmation. Unlike the burial-focused monuments of earlier periods, no human remains were found directly within the circle, suggesting a shift away from funerary emphasis toward ceremonial observation and collective participation, where the monument structured experience rather than housing the dead. The stones themselves are undecorated, their power derived not from carving but from arrangement and setting, and their weathered surfaces bear the marks of centuries of exposure, reinforcing the sense that endurance rather than enclosure was the desired quality. The circle's relationship to its surroundings is unusually open, with expansive views toward the sea and inland hills, and this openness contrasts sharply with the inward-facing design of sites like Newgrange, indicating a reorientation of ritual focus from interior revelation to shared external spectacle. Yet the underlying knowledge required to establish a solstitial alignment remains consistent, implying that observational traditions persisted across millennia even as architectural forms evolved. Drumbeg's relatively small size suggests that Bronze Age communities no longer mobilised labour on the scale of earlier monument builders, but the precision of its alignment indicates that what was lost in mass was not lost in intent, and that careful planning continued to govern the placement of stone in relation to sky. The survival of the circle, despite later agricultural use of the land, points to a lingering respect for its presence, and while its original name and function are unrecorded, its modern designation as the Druids' altar reflects later attempts to interpret a structure whose meaning had already slipped beyond cultural memory. In the broader sequence of Irish stone monuments, Drumbeg introduces a subtle but significant transition, showing that the knowledge encoded at earlier sites did not disappear but was adapted, simplified and recontextualized, producing monuments that still engage with celestial cycles, but do so through communal visibility rather than hidden chambers, and reinforcing the impression that the builders across different ages shared an enduring attentiveness to time, horizon and place, even as their social structures and ritual priorities shifted in ways that remain only partially visible in stone. Loughcrew cairns. High on the windswept summits of the Slieve na Callia Hills in County Meath, the Loughcrew cairns occupy a setting unlike any of the monuments that precede them. Their stone chambers and curbed mounds, clustered along narrow ridgelines where sky and land meet with little mediation, constructed around 3,300 BCE, and thus broadly contemporary with the great passage tombs of the Boyne, yet distinguished by their elevation and by an intensity of carved imagery that rivals and in some cases exceeds that of Knowth. From these heights, views extend across vast stretches of the Irish Midlands, and the choice to build here appears deliberately demanding, requiring the transport of heavy stones uphill to exposed locations where weather is severe and access is limited, a decision that suggests symbolic priorities strong enough to outweigh practical convenience. The cairns, numbering over 30, vary in size and complexity, with Caerbain East, often referred to as Hag's Cairn, standing as the most prominent, its narrow passage leading to a cruciform chamber whose backstone is densely incised with spirals, concentric circles, rosettes, chevrons, and radial motifs arranged with a compositional balance that implies structured intent rather than spontaneous decoration. On the mornings of the spring and autumn equinoxes, sunlight enters the passage of Caerbain East and strikes this carved backstone directly, illuminating the patterns in a brief but vivid display that echoes the solstitial drama of Newgrange, while shifting the calendrical focus toward moments of balance rather than extremes, and reinforcing the impression that different communities within the Neolithic world emphasize different points within the annual cycle. The precision of this alignment, achieved at such elevation, would have required careful observation of the horizon and repeated calibration, and the fleeting nature of the illumination suggests that the event itself, rather than prolonged visibility, was the central concern, an occurrence that could only be witnessed by those present at the correct moment and place. The carvings at Loughcrew are notable not only for their density, but for their apparent variation from stone to stone, with some surfaces heavily worked and others left plain, raising questions about whether different motifs corresponded to different phases of use, symbolic categories, or participants, and whether the act of carving itself formed part of the ritual sequence associated with burial or commemoration. Excavation has revealed cremated human remains and simple artifacts within some chambers, but as elsewhere, the scale of the monument far exceeds the volume of burial evidence, suggesting that the cairns functioned as focal points for gatherings that extended beyond funerary rites. Folklore attached to the hills preserves later interpretations, casting the cairns as the seats or graves of supernatural figures, a narrative overlay that, while historically distant from their origins, underscores the enduring perception of these summits as places set apart. The relationship between Loughcrew and other passage tomb complexes remains a subject of debate, particularly whether knowledge of equinox alignment and carved symbolism developed independently here or was shared across regions through networks of interaction. But the similarities in construction technique and iconography argue for a connected tradition capable of regional variation. In contrast to the lowland monumentality of Poulnabrone, Loughcrew's cairns emphasize exposure and ascent, requiring effort to reach and offering little shelter once there. And this physical challenge may have been integral to their meaning, marking participation as an act of commitment and transition. The hills themselves, rising sharply from the surrounding plains, become part of the architecture, extending the monument beyond stone walls into the broader topography and making it difficult to separate built form from natural setting. In this way, Loughcrew reinforces a recurring pattern across Ireland's prehistoric monuments, where knowledge of stone, sky and land converges in site-specific ways, producing structures that adhere to shared principles yet articulate them through different spatial experiences, and leaving behind cairns that continue to reward observation while withholding final explanation. Their carvings illuminated only briefly, their alignments precise but understated, and their purpose implied through repetition rather than declaration. Knocknarea Cairn. West of the Loughcrew Hills and closer to the Atlantic margin, Knocknarea rises sharply from the coastal plain of County Sligo, its limestone bulk crowned by an immense stone cairn that dominates the surrounding landscape, with an authority that is immediately apparent even at great distance, known today as Miosgan Meadba, and traditionally associated with Queen Maeve, though archaeologically dated to around 3200 BCE and firmly rooted in the same Neolithic passage tomb tradition as Newgrange and Loughcrew, yet distinguished by scale and placement rather than interior complexity. The cairn measures approximately 55 metres in diameter and rises to a height of nearly 10 metres, composed of an estimated 40,000 tonnes of stone gathered from the mountain itself and laboriously piled atop the summit, creating a monument that appears less like an addition to the hill than a deliberate amplification of it, extending the natural prominence upward and reinforcing its visibility from across Sligo Bay, the Ox Mountains, and the Carrowmore cemetery below. Unlike many passage tombs, Knocknarea's internal structure remains largely unexcavated, partly due to concerns about stability and preservation, leaving uncertainty as to whether a chamber exists at all or whether the cairn represents a solid mound. And this absence of confirmed interior space complicates interpretation, shifting emphasis away from hidden alignments or enclosed ritual moments toward the act of construction itself as the primary expression of meaning. The mountain's summit offers expansive views in all directions, and its cairn sits slightly offset from the highest point, suggesting careful consideration of sightlines rather than a simple pursuit of elevation, and reinforcing the impression that the builders were shaping how the monument would be seen rather than how it would be entered. Its relationship with Carrowmore below is particularly striking, as many of the smaller monuments in the cemetery appear oriented toward Knocknarea, creating a visual hierarchy in which the great cairn functions as a central reference point, binding dispersed tombs into a coherent ritual landscape and implying coordinated planning across generations. The tradition linking the cairn to Queen Maeve, who is said to be buried upright and facing her enemies, reflects a later attempt to account for a structure whose original purpose had long since faded from collective memory. Yet the persistence of this association underscores how power, sovereignty, and ancestral authority became attached to the site in later imagination, perhaps echoing earlier symbolic roles that cannot now be fully recovered. The sheer volume of stone required to build the cairn suggests sustained communal effort, yet the lack of associated settlement evidence nearby raises familiar questions about how such labour was organised and supported, and whether participation in construction itself served as a form of social cohesion or ritual obligation. In contrast to the intricately carved chambers of Loughcrew or the precisely aligned passages of the Boyne, Knocknarea communicates through mass and position alone, offering no visible ornamentation and no controlled interaction with light, and instead asserting permanence through scale, endurance and dominance of the skyline. This choice suggests that Neolithic monument builders understood multiple ways to encode meaning in stone, and that subtlety and precision were not always required to achieve lasting impact. The cairn's continued prominence, despite centuries of stone removal from its lower slopes and agricultural activity around its base, attests to a long-standing reluctance to disturb its summit, indicating that even as its original context dissolved, the monument retained a sense of untouchability. Seen within the broader sequence of Irish stone monuments, Knocknarea represents an extreme expression of visibility and territorial marking, one that complements rather than contradicts the enclosed, experiential focus of other passage tombs, and reinforces the impression that the builders were not working toward a single architectural solution, but were instead exploring a range of forms through which memory, authority, and relationship to land could be made enduring, leaving behind a cairn that reveals little through excavation, yet communicates powerfully through presence alone. Brownshill Dolmen. South of the Boyne Valley, and far from the clustered ritual landscapes of Meath and Sligo, the Brownshill Dolmen stands in relative isolation on gently rolling farmland near Carlow. Its significance conveyed not through setting or alignment, but through sheer physical improbability, as a vast granite capstone, estimated to weigh between 100 and 150 tons, rests improbably atop a ring of smaller supporting stones, making it the largest known capstone of any dolmen in Europe, and one of the heaviest stones ever deliberately raised by prehistoric people. Dated to the Neolithic period around 4000 to 3500 BCE, Brownshill belongs to the same broad tradition as Poulnabrone. Yet it pushes that tradition to an extreme, transforming the portal tomb from a modest burial structure into an unmistakable statement of technical confidence. The supporting orthostats, relatively slight in comparison to the capstone, form a shallow chamber that may once have been covered by an earthen mound, now long eroded or removed. But even allowing for such a covering, the capstone's mass would have remained central to the monument's identity, visible or at least strongly implied, suggesting that its placement was the primary objective rather than a byproduct of enclosure. No comprehensive excavation has been undertaken beneath the dolmen, leaving uncertainty about the extent of burial activity associated with it. Yet, parallels elsewhere indicate that any human remains would likely have been limited in number, reinforcing the familiar pattern in which labour investment far exceeds funerary necessity. The technical challenge posed by Brownshill is difficult to overstate, as the granite was not sourced locally but transported several kilometres from the foothills of the Blackstairs Mountains, requiring not only coordinated labour but also careful planning to avoid fracture during movement and lifting. And while theories range from earthen ramps and rollers to incremental levering, no single explanation fully accounts for the precision with which the capstone was finally settled into place. What is clear is that the builders understood the stone's tolerances intimately, selecting support points that could bear its weight and arranging them to distribute stress evenly, an achievement rooted in experiential knowledge rather than formal calculation. Unlike passage tombs, Brownshill shows no evidence of astronomical alignment, carved art, or repeated ritual modification, and its meaning appears instead to have been concentrated in the act of construction itself, transforming raw material into an enduring imbalance that still commands attention thousands of years later. The dolmen's survival, largely intact despite its exposed position and agricultural use of the surrounding land, suggests a long-standing reluctance to interfere with a structure whose presence feels definitive, as though the effort required to dismantle it would rival that of its creation. In the broader arc of Ireland's stone monuments, Brownshill brings the sequence to a quiet but forceful conclusion, demonstrating that the knowledge held by Neolithic builders was not limited to symbolic alignment or landscape integration, but extended to an intuitive mastery of weight, friction, and force, allowing them to attempt feats that appear excessive even by modern standards. Set beside the calibrated light of Newgrange, the open exposure of Poulnabrone, the patterned complexity of Knowth, the dispersed order of Carrowmore, the solstitial framing of Drumbeg, the elevated symbolism of Loughcrew, and the monumental mass of Knocknarea, Brownshill distills the tradition to its most elemental question. Not what the stones signify, but how they were persuaded to obey, leaving behind a structure that offers no inscription, no interior drama, and no clear ritual choreography, yet stands as undeniable evidence that those who built Ireland's earliest monuments possessed a practical understanding of stone and collective effort that remains difficult to replicate, and whose full implications, like the capstone itself, continue to rest heavily on the present without fully yielding their explanation. Imagine a landscape where entire mountaintops were carved flat, where cities aligned with stars rose from jungles, and where colossal statues, shadow serpent pyramids, and vast forgotten kingdoms appeared without leaving a single clear explanation of who commanded them or why. Why did so many ancient builders across Mexico shape the land with such impossible precision? What drove them to carve patterns no one can fully translate, to raise structures no ruler ever claimed, and to encode the sky into stone with a purpose we still can't decipher? And if all these cities followed different cultures, why do their mysteries echo the same unanswered questions? Keep watching, because the deeper we go, the stranger these megastructures become. Teotihuacan, in the high basin of central Mexico, where the morning light spreads slowly across the land, Teotihuacan rises in geometric silence, its broad avenue and towering pyramids forming a constellation of stone that appears both deliberate and inscrutable, as if the city had been shaped by a long-vanished logic, whose traces linger only in the angles and alignments that hold their orientation across centuries. The Pyramid of the Sun dominates this expanse with a mass so immense that its scale invites questions about how labour was coordinated in a society that left no clear record of rulers. Its foundations anchored above a natural cave, reshaped into a four-lobed chamber that hints at origins tied to mythic geography and the renewal of cycles that governed both land and sky. Nearby, the Pyramid of the Moon rises in careful proportion to the contours of Cerro Gordo, mirroring the mountain in a gesture that suggests reverence for the surrounding landscape, while offerings buried beneath its construction speak of ceremonies in which obsidian blades, green stone figurines, and animal remains were arranged with precise symmetry, forming a ritual grammar whose full meaning remains elusive. Along the Avenue of the Dead, multi-room apartment compounds reveal traces of a diverse population, artisans working obsidian cores into blades sharper than steel, painters covering plaster walls with vibrant images of jaguars, birds, and masked figures, and merchants carrying goods along trade routes that stretched from distant coasts to the Maya lowlands. Yet, despite this complexity, the city's collective identity overshadows any evidence of personal rule, leaving scholars to infer governance from the consistency of architecture rather than the inscriptions or portraits found elsewhere in Mesoamerica. In the citadel, the feathered serpent pyramid stands as one of the earliest and most enigmatic monuments, its facade once adorned with rows of carved serpent heads emerging from undulating bodies set among seashell motifs that may allude to creation stories or celestial realms, while mass burials beneath its platforms reveal a ceremonial intensity that blends devotion, performance, and political authority in ways not fully understood. Mica traces in certain buildings, canals redirected across the valley, and the careful orientation of the urban grid, offset slightly from true north but repeated with unwavering precision, suggest an advanced understanding of environment, resources, and celestial patterns, though the rationale behind these choices remains suspended between practical engineering and symbolic intention. Excavations uncover layers of construction that show how temples were rebuilt again and again, each new phase enveloping the last in a palimpsest of architectural memory. And beneath some plazas, sealed corridors and unexplored voids hint at earlier foundations or ritual spaces intentionally hidden from view, as if the city's meaning unfolded in tiers both above and below ground. Even the distribution of foreign pottery and the isotopic signatures found in skeletal remains reveal a multicultural metropolis where groups from distant regions lived in distinct neighbourhoods yet participated in a shared urban project that maintained coherence despite demographic diversity. Environmental studies show periods of abundance punctuated by episodes of drought, and while the city adapted for centuries, traces of burning in some districts and gradual abandonment in others suggest a decline that unfolded unevenly, shaped by forces that may have been environmental, social, or political, but left no single defining mark. As one moves through the site today, the absence of inscriptions becomes its own quiet mystery. For the city that once influenced distant regions left almost nothing to anchor its story to named individuals or explicit doctrines, and what survives instead are alignments that may reference solar cycles, the setting of the Pleiades, or agricultural patterns, each interpretation grounded in evidence, yet never fully conclusive. At dusk, when the pyramids cast long shadows that stretch across the open plazas, Teotihuacan feels less like the ruin of a lost empire and more like a deliberate expression of order shaped around principles that have slipped from the historical record, its silence forming a boundary between what can be measured and what can only be inferred. And in the enduring interplay between architectural precision, economic sophistication, ritual complexity, and the unresolved question of how such a vast city functioned without leaving a clear record of its leaders, Teotihuacan continues to hold its place as a monumental riddle, a landscape where certainty narrows into suggestion, and the stones themselves seem to protect. The last traces of an intention that remains just beyond reach, waiting for patterns, still hidden in the soil, to reveal another fragment of its long-faded design. Chichen Itza. In the northern lowlands of the Yucatan, where dry forests open into broad clearings and the horizon hangs low beneath a pale sky, Chichen Itza rises in weathered tiers of limestone, its structures arranged with an intentionality that binds architecture to celestial rhythm, creating a landscape where engineering and cosmological thought seem to flow together in ways that remain partly deciphered yet never fully transparent. El Castillo stands at the heart of this arrangement, a stepped pyramid whose proportions follow mathematical relationships embedded in the Maya calendar, each stair and platform contributing to a quiet dialogue between stone and sky. And during the equinoxes, a descending serpent-shaped shadow glides along its balustrade, a phenomenon so precisely timed that it raises questions about the observational knowledge required to encode seasonal movement into permanent form. Nearby, the Great Ball Court stretches out in vast stone corridors where ancient acoustics still ripple through the air. A whisper at one end rebounds with startling clarity to the other, suggesting that its designers understood how sound might guide ritual or coordinate gatherings, whose scale is difficult to imagine within the social context the archaeology currently reveals. The Temple of the Warriors, with its forest of columns and carved figures bearing shields and headdresses, hints at shifting political structures and perhaps external influences that moved through the region during the city's rise. For beneath its later Toltec-style facade lie older Maya constructions that suggest a place repeatedly adapted to new circumstances, each layer carrying the imprint of different intentions, yet conforming to the site's overarching spatial logic. The sacred cenote, a deep-cast sinkhole whose green waters once received offerings of jade, gold, ceramic vessels, and organic remains, embodies another dimension of the city's cosmological landscape. Geological studies show that water levels shifted across centuries, altering the nature of ritual engagements with its depths, while the materials recovered hint at long-distance exchange networks and a shared belief in portals connecting earthly and spiritual realms. Across the site, structures like the Carrowmore reveal architectural design adapted to astronomical tracking, for its spiral interior and windowed upper chamber align with key movements of Venus, suggesting that the city's governance may have been closely tied to celestial observation, though the specific rituals and decisions shaped by these observations remain beyond full reconstruction. Excavations of residential compounds reveal a population whose daily life blended agriculture, craft production, and ritual obligations, with evidence of specialized workshops producing fine ceramics, stone tools, and shell ornaments, while isotopic analyses of skeletal remains indicate a mixture of local inhabitants and individuals from other regions, forming a multifaceted society that may have contributed to the hybrid architectural styles found throughout the site. Yet this hybridity introduces a quiet tension. While some buildings display features associated with central Mexican influence, their integration into Maya planning principles suggests adaptation rather than simple adoption, complicating efforts to map clear lines of cultural transmission or political dominance. Environmental studies reveal that fluctuations in rainfall and groundwater availability affected the city at various points, prompting innovations in water management and possibly influencing rituals conducted at the cenotes. Yet these adaptations coexist with evidence of shifting power structures, including periods of construction followed by intervals of decline that do not align neatly with climatic data, hinting that multiple forces shape the city's trajectory. As archaeologists piece together fragments of painted murals, carved lintels, and partially eroded monuments, they encounter contradictions in the record. Images of warfare and ceremony appear alongside scenes of trade and diplomacy, suggesting a society capable of both integration and conflict. And yet, no single narrative emerges to explain how authority was organized or how decisions guiding such monumental construction were reached. The city's later abandonment unfolds in uneven patterns similar to those seen elsewhere in the region, with some precincts falling silent while others continued in limited use, perhaps reflecting shifting alliances, economic stresses, or changing ritual obligations, though the precise sequence of events remains obscure. Walking through these plazas at dusk, when the stone absorbs the last warmth of the sun, and shadows lengthen across the courtyard of 1,000 columns. 1. Senses an intricate relationship between movement, ceremony, and observation, as if the site itself were designed to guide its inhabitants through cycles mirrored in the sky above. The absence of complete inscriptions linking events or rulers leaves interpretation reliant on architecture, artifact distribution, and the faint traces of pigments clinging to worn surfaces. And together, these elements form a partial mosaic rather than a definitive account, allowing multiple perspectives to coexist without one fully eclipsing the others. In this balance between precision and enigma, Chichen Itza reveals a city attuned to celestial patterns and regional networks, shaped by cultural encounters whose depth is difficult to measure and sustained by beliefs that infused stone with meaning now only partly legible, inviting modern observers to consider how knowledge, power, and ritual once converged here to shape a world whose logic was clear to its builders, but continues to unfold only in fragments as the centuries widen the distance between their intentions and our understanding. Palenque. In the dense forests of Chiapas, where mist gathers along ridgelines and the sound of running water threads through the undergrowth, Palenque rises from the jungle with an unexpected elegance, its temples and palaces composed of fine limestone blocks that seem almost delicate compared to the weighty masses found in other Maya cities, as if its builders favoured refinement over sheer scale while still embedding layers of complexity into every vaulted corridor and carved facade. The palace spreads across a broad terrace with a network of courtyards, subterranean passages, and a 4-story tower whose windows may once have framed specific solar events, though the exact observational practices remain a matter of ongoing study. Beneath this structure, channels capture the flow of natural springs, shaping hydraulic systems that guide water beneath plazas and through stone-walled conduits, an engineering feat that suggests a deep understanding of local hydrology as well as a symbolic connection between the governance of water and the governance of people. The Temple of the Inscriptions rises at the edge of the site, its stepped form concealing one of the most remarkable interior architectures of the ancient world. A descending stairway sealed after construction, leading deep into a chamber where the sarcophagus of Kinich Janab Pakal rests beneath a carved lid whose imagery blends dynastic legitimacy with cosmological expression, an interplay that has generated extensive scholarly debate, yet remains open to interpretation due to the layered symbolism woven into Maya iconography. Around this core precinct, additional temples, such as the temples of the sun, cross and foliated cross, carry panels of glyphic text and stone reliefs depicting rulers, deities, and mythic narratives, offering some of the most detailed historical records in the Maya region, while still leaving gaps that complicate efforts to reconstruct political transitions, internal conflicts, and ideological shifts that shaped the city's development. Excavations reveal that Palank's rise was neither sudden nor uniform, with earlier construction phases showing simpler forms, later enveloped by more elaborate architectural programs, suggesting cycles of growth tied to dynastic ambition and regional interactions that remain only partially understood, especially given the shifting alliances among Maya polities during this era. Artifacts found within residential zones show that daily life here blended agriculture, craft specialization, and ritual practice, with pottery styles and imported materials indicating trade networks extending into the highlands and lowlands. Yet the distribution of certain items implies social divisions whose precise contours cannot be fully mapped from the archaeological record. As climate data from lake cores suggests periods of fluctuating rainfall during Palank's occupation, the city's water-focused architecture takes on added significance, for the capture and movement of water through controlled channels may have provided both practical resilience and ceremonial meaning, especially during times when environmental stress influenced regional stability. However, these correlations remain cautious interpretations rather than definitive explanations. The artistic tradition at Palank stands out for its fluid lines and nuanced expressions, seen in stucco figures that once adorned temple facades and in carved panels where rulers engage with ancestral or divine beings. But even as these artworks offer glimpses into belief systems and political narratives, their layered imagery invites multiple readings, and scholars continue to debate the exact meanings behind certain poses, motifs, and celestial references woven into the scenes. Beneath this cultural richness lies the quieter puzzle of how authority was maintained across generations. For while inscriptions name rulers and recount events, the transitions between reigns sometimes appear abrupt or lightly detailed, leaving open questions about succession disputes, external pressures, or internal restructuring that may have influenced the city's architectural expansions. As Palank approached its final centuries, evidence points to shifts in construction intensity, population patterns, and political influence, with some temples left unfinished and others showing signs of reduced maintenance, though the reasons for these changes remain subject to interpretation, blending possibilities of environmental stress, economic reorientation, or broader regional turbulence. And as the city gradually emptied, the forest reclaimed its plazas and terraces, the steady growth of roots and vines, concealing the delicate stonework until rediscovered centuries later, leaving modern observers to encounter. Palank as both a preserved record and a partially obscured palimpsest, where clues to its history are scattered across inscriptions, artifacts, and architectural design, but never resolve into a single definitive narrative. In the quiet of evening, when the humidity settles and the surrounding jungle becomes a tapestry of distant calls, the temples seem to absorb the dimming light in a way that softens their edges, and the city's intricate balance of engineering, artistry, and cosmological alignment feels both grounded in the practical realities of its time and touched by intentions that remain just beyond clear understanding. And in this interplay between precision and ambiguity, Palank endures as a place where refined architecture meets the limits of historical clarity, inviting reflection on how a society so skilled in stone, water, and narrative could leave behind a legacy that is detailed yet incomplete, a measured presence shaped by both what was recorded and what has quietly slipped into the spaces between its surviving lines. Monte Alban. High on a flattened ridge overlooking the valleys of Oaxaca, where morning fog drifts in low currents between distant hills, and the light gathers slowly across a landscape reshaped by human intention. Monte Alban rises with an austere clarity, its broad plazas and tiered platforms carved directly from the mountaintop as if the civilization that built it first transformed the earth itself before setting stone upon it, creating a vantage from which the surrounding world seems both surveyed and symbolically contained. The Great Plaza stretches out in deliberate proportion, flanked by pyramids, terraces, and elongated platforms that form a spatial rhythm, suggesting a long-evolving plan. Each construction phase layering new architectural ideas atop older foundations in a sequence that reflects centuries of shifting priorities, yet always adhering to the mountaintop's central axis, as though the plateau's geometry served as a quiet anchor across generations. At the southern end, a massive platform rises, with steep staircases leading to temples that once framed ceremonies visible to the entire valley below, while at the centre of the plaza lies Building J, a strange and angular structure whose orientation diverges from the city's main grid, its arrow-like shape and carved glyphs hinting at astronomical or geopolitical significance, though the precise function, observatory, conquest monument, or ritual marker, remains debated due to the scarcity of unambiguous evidence. Carved stones known as danzantes line the walls of earlier structures, depicting contorted human figures with glyphic captions that may represent defeated rivals or ritual participants. Their stylized bodies and enigmatic expressions evoke narratives that scholars have attempted to reconstruct from fragmentary clues, yet the exact meaning of these early carvings remains open, suspended between interpretations of war, lineage, and ceremony. As the city grew into a dominant regional centre, its inhabitants developed terrace systems that stepped down the mountain's slopes, creating agricultural surfaces that reveal both ecological adaptation and social organisation, while the distribution of residential compounds suggests a hierarchy that blended elite courts, artisan neighbourhoods, and ritual specialists whose identities are partially preserved in burial goods, but rarely in explicit inscriptions. Tombs beneath temples and patios contain finely crafted pottery, turquoise mosaics, jade ornaments, and gold work from later phases, objects that trace Monte Alban's connections to distant regions, yet the variability in offerings complicates attempts to map clear social boundaries, indicating a complexity that does not easily resolve into a simple model of centralized power. Although inscriptions in Zapotec script appear on stone panels and portable objects, their partial decipherment offers only fragments of dynastic history, leaving many names, events, and political relationships obscure. Thus, the city's long-standing influence across the valleys, visible in shared architectural styles, ceramics, and trade patterns, remains only partly documented, inferred from patterns rather than explicit narratives. Environmental studies show that climate fluctuations may have shaped agricultural productivity at various points, yet the city endured for more than a millennium, suggesting adaptive strategies that balanced terrace farming, water management, and regional exchange networks, though the details of these systems remain elusive due to the limits of surviving evidence. Architectural analysis reveals that Monte Alban underwent major redesigns during its height, with temples rebuilt over older ones and plazas expanded or reoriented to reflect evolving ceremonial needs. Yet the persistence of the mountaintop itself, as the city's foundation, creates a sense of continuity that makes it difficult to disentangle ideological change from architectural tradition. The later centuries bring signs of shifting political focus, with some elite structures showing reduced upkeep and certain outlying centres gaining prominence, suggesting that Monte Alban's influence gradually dispersed even before the city was fully abandoned, though the sequence and causes of these transformations remain debated among archaeologists. As populations declined, some temples were repurposed, others fell into disuse, and the once bustling terraces became quiet, allowing vegetation to slowly reclaim the edges of the plateau, while the core monuments remained exposed to the elements, their longevity a testament to the labour invested in reshaping the mountain itself. Walking the site today, the openness of the Great Plaza and the long views across the valleys create a sense that Monte Alban was conceived not as An isolated settlement, but as a place where ritual, politics, and landscape converged, its height offering both strategic oversight and cosmological significance. Yet the absence of detailed records keeps the full nature of this convergence beyond definitive reconstruction. Sculpted glyphs on stelae hint at alliances, conflicts, and ceremonial cycles, but their incomplete preservation leaves space for multiple interpretations. And the contrast between the city's monumental order and its fragmentary textual record underscores a gap between the precision of its architecture and the ambiguity of its history. As dusk settles over the ridge and shadows stretch across the plaza's stone surfaces, Monte Alban embodies a quiet tension between what can be observed and what remains just out of reach, its terraces and platforms forming a landscape where centuries of construction, ritual, and governance once intertwined, but now speak only through the contours of the mountain top and the careful arrangement of carved stones, whose meanings persist in outline rather than clarity. And in this enduring balance between visibility and silence, the city stands as a testament to a society that shaped a mountain into a ceremonial world, leaving behind a legacy that invites reflection not through explicit narratives, but through the measured forms and distant horizons that still define its ancient summit. Tula, on the arid plains of Hidalgo, where the land stretches in muted tones beneath a broad sky and the wind moves steadily across low hills. Tula rises in the remnants of a once powerful Toltec capital, its structures arranged around plazas and stepped platforms that convey both military order and ceremonial ambition. While the site's most striking features, the Atlantean statues, stand atop the Pyramid B platform like sentinels whose rigid forms and enigmatic expressions offer a glimpse into a worldview that blended iconography, warfare, and spiritual authority in ways that remain only partly understood. These towering figures, carved from basalt and assembled in stacked segments, bear elaborate headdresses, butterfly pectorals, and atlatls in their hands, their poses suggesting roles as standard bearers or symbolic warriors, rather than true architectural supports, and their presence raises questions about the ideological messages conveyed to those who ascended the temple staircases beneath them. Whether they represented deified ancestors, elite guardians, or embodiments of ritual office remains uncertain due to the limited textual record left by the Toltec tradition. Around them, the burnt palace and its colonnaded halls hint at a complex political centre where ritual gatherings, administrative activities, and displays of authority may once have intertwined, though the scattered remains of carved pillars and relief panels complicate efforts to reconstruct the full use of these spaces, leaving scholars to piece together functions from architectural patterns and faint traces of pigment that still cling to certain stones. The Kotepantli, or serpent wall, encircles part of the ceremonial precinct, with panels depicting skeletal serpents consuming human figures, imagery that appears both mythological and political, suggesting narratives of cosmic struggle or dynastic legitimacy that must have held specific meaning for the city's inhabitants. Yet interpreting these scenes requires cautious comparison with later traditions, rather than relying on direct inscriptions, which are scarce. Archaeological layers reveal that Tula developed through successive phases, with earlier, smaller constructions gradually replaced by monumental architecture that reflects increasing regional influence, and artifacts found throughout the site. Obsidian blades, fine ceramics, shell ornaments indicate active trade networks that connected Tula to distant regions of Mesoamerica, though the exact nature of these interactions, whether commercial, diplomatic, or ideological, remains a subject of ongoing study. Evidence of standardized workshops suggests centralized production of tools and goods, Yet, residential compounds show variability in size and layout, hinting at a social hierarchy whose contours can be inferred only through distribution patterns rather than explicit records. And this tension between centralized planning and uneven domestic archaeology leaves room for multiple interpretations of how authority was exercised within the city. Environmental studies indicate that shifting climate conditions may have influenced agricultural productivity in the surrounding region, potentially affecting Tula's stability during its later centuries. But these climatic factors must be balanced against signs of internal change, including alterations in building use, incomplete construction projects, and the eventual burning of certain structures, all of which contribute to a complex picture of decline that does not adhere to a single cause. Comparisons between Tula and Chichen Itza reveal architectural parallels, colonnaded halls, warrior imagery, and feathered serpent motifs that suggest some form of connection between the two centres. Yet whether this link took the form of migration, alliance, imitation, or shared symbolic vocabulary remains unresolved due to chronological uncertainties and the challenges of interpreting stylistic transmission without detailed written accounts. Excavations at the site's periphery uncover domestic zones, where pottery styles, hearth arrangements, and waste deposits paint a picture of everyday life shaped by craft labour, food preparation, and ritual offerings. Yet these glimpses do not fully illuminate how the broader urban system operated or how decisions guiding monumental construction were made. As the city declined, certain ceremonial areas appear to have been intentionally dismantled or abandoned, and the burning of key structures hints at conflict or symbolic closure, though the uneven distribution of such evidence suggests a multifaceted process rather than a single catastrophic event. Today, as the afternoon sun casts long shadows across the plaza and highlights the sharp profiles of the Atlantean figures, stillness evokes a mixture of clarity and ambiguity, for while their forms are unmistakably deliberate, the precise intentions behind their creation remain elusive, shaped by a cultural logic that has left few direct explanations. The surrounding architecture, from the low platforms to the fragmented reliefs, contributes to a landscape where martial symbolism and ceremonial function coexist. Yet the lack of extensive inscriptions keeps interpretation grounded in architectural inference and comparative analysis rather than definitive narrative. And in this quiet interplay between what stands above ground and what remains uncertain beneath it, Tula endures as a place where monumental sculpture, shifting political power, and fragmentary archaeological remains converge to create a site that is both recognizable in its artistic style and enigmatic in its deeper significance, inviting reflection on how a society capable of producing such commanding figures could leave behind a story that remains so carefully obscured within the weathered stones of its ceremonial heart. Uxmal. In the Puig Hills of Yucatan, where undulating ridges break the horizon and the afternoon heat settles in shimmering layers above fields of scrub and thorn, Uxmal emerges with a harmony of proportions that seems almost architectural in its restraint, its buildings composed of finely cut limestone, fitted with such precision that even centuries of weathering have not displaced the patterns etched across their facades, revealing a city shaped by a world-view in which geometry, symbolism, and celestial order were woven seamlessly into stone. The Pyramid of the Magician dominates the approach, with its unusual elliptical base and steep curvature, rising in softly rounded tiers that diverge from typical Maya pyramid forms. Legends, recorded long after the city's decline, speak of miraculous construction. Yet archaeological layers show a sequence of superimposed temples, each enveloping its predecessor in a process that suggests shifting ceremonial needs and a sustained commitment to maintaining the pyramid's distinctive silhouette, while its orientation appears tied to astronomical events, perhaps the setting of Venus or the solar cycles that marked seasonal transitions. Beyond it, the nunnery quadrangle frames 4 ornate facades around a spacious courtyard, each side bearing intricate mosaic patterns of latticework, masks, serpents, and geometric motifs that combine repetition with subtle variation, implying a symbolic vocabulary whose full meanings remain elusive despite parallels in other Puyuk sites. The overall composition suggests a ceremonial or administrative function, though whether its arrangement encoded cosmological relationships or social hierarchies is still debated due to the absence of clear inscriptions. The governor's palace stretches across a long elevated platform with a facade over 100 metres in length, its precise alignment with the planet Venus underscoring the importance of astronomical observation in the city's ceremonial and political life. Beneath its decorative friezes of stylized rain, god masks and celestial symbols lie traces of construction phases that reflect both continuity and adaptation, indicating that Uxmal's rulers maintained a dialogue between inherited spatial patterns and evolving ideological priorities. Nearby, the House of the Turtles, with its ring of carved shell-like motifs encircling the roofline, exemplifies the city's ability to infuse modest structures with layered symbolism, possibly invoking themes of water, fertility, or mythic creatures associated with the origins of the earth, though interpretations remain cautious due to the limited textual record. Across Uxmal, the mosaic-rich Puyuk style reaches its finest expression, with stone veneers meticulously set into patterns that combine symmetry and complexity. Yet despite this architectural refinement, the city leaves few inscriptions, offering only sporadic glyphic fragments that reference rulers or calendrical dates, making it difficult to reconstruct political events or the precise nature of the authority that oversaw such sustained building activity. Archaeological evidence suggests that Uxmal flourished during a period of regional interaction and relative environmental stability, though water management remained crucial in this karst landscape, devoid of surface rivers. The city's system of chultunes, bottle-shaped cisterns carved into the ground, and the probable use of natural depressions to collect rainwater highlight a practical ingenuity that underpinned its monumental architecture. Yet the reliance on seasonal rains may also explain cycles of expansion and decline, reflected in the unfinished or lightly modified structures on the city's periphery. Excavations reveal residential zones, where domestic activities blended with ritual practice, including workshops for producing stone tools, ceramics, and shell ornaments, while the distribution of certain goods suggests a stratified society with elites likely occupying the elevated platforms near the ceremonial core, though the absence of explicit inscriptions leaves the dynamics of governance open to interpretation. As Uxmal reached its height, architectural programs expanded across the surrounding hills, integrating smaller temples and palaces into the city's visual and ceremonial landscape. Yet the decline that followed appears gradual and multifaceted, with signs of reduced maintenance, shifts in population, and eventual abandonment occurring over generations, rather than in a single dramatic event. Climatic fluctuations may have played a role, as regional drought cycles correspond loosely to phases of reduced construction, but the evidence does not align neatly enough to offer a singular explanation, suggesting that social, economic, and environmental factors intertwined in ways that remain partly obscured. Even as the jungle slowly reclaimed portions of the site, the core monuments retained their crisp lines and intricate patterns, protected in part by the durability of the Puyuk masonry technique, in which a well-cut limestone veneer masks a rubble core, allowing the facades to endure long after the city's inhabitants dispersed. Today, as sunlight shifts across the friezes of the governor's palace and reveals the fine shadows cast by each carved stone, Uxmal conveys a sense of both precision and subtlety, as though its builders sought not only to impress, but to encode layered meanings within patterns that unfold gradually as one moves through courtyards, ascends staircases, and circles the bases of its temples. Yet, without detailed inscriptions to anchor these architectural achievements to specific narratives, modern understanding remains anchored in material patterns rather than textual accounts, leaving open multiple interpretations of how cosmology, governance, and daily life converged within this hilltop city. And in the quiet of early evening, when the heat lifts and the air settles into a calm that mirrors the stillness of the terraces, Uxmal's measured forms invite contemplation of a world where order was expressed through stonework that balanced repetition with variation, suggesting a society attentive to cycles both celestial and seasonal, yet content to leave its most intricate intentions embedded not in written declarations, but in the enduring geometry of its facades, where the line between certainty and conjecture continues to hover just beyond reach. Mitla. In the dry valleys of Oaxaca, where the light falls cleanly across low hills, and the landscape feels pared down to earth, stone, and sky, Mitla rises with an austerity that masks the extraordinary precision embedded in its architecture, its palaces constructed from thousands of carefully cut stones, fitted into mosaic patterns so exact that even without mortar, the designs have held their form across centuries, creating facades unlike any other in Mesoamerica, as though the builders sought permanence not through mass, but through meticulous order. The site occupies a place long associated with passage between worlds, and while later traditions would call it a gateway for ancestral spirits, the archaeology itself suggests that ritual, governance, and lineage authority converged here, expressed not through towering pyramids, but through rooms, courtyards, and walls whose geometric motifs, step-fret designs, interlocking bands, and lattice-like grids appear both decorative and symbolic. Yet their meanings remain elusive due to the absence of written explanations. The columnar hall, with its monolithic pillars supporting broad lintels carved from single limestone slabs, leads into chambers where red-painted walls and geometric mosaics once framed ceremonies that likely involved lineage leaders or ritual specialists, and the scale of the carved stones, some weighing several tons, hints at coordinated labour that contrasts with the otherwise compact proportions of the site. Excavations reveal that Mitla's occupation stretches back long before these palaces took shape, with earlier structures beneath the later constructions indicating a long sequence of habitation, ritual adaptation, and architectural refinement. Though the transitions between cultural phases are not always clear due to the careful reuse and modification of older foundations. Within certain rooms, subterranean tombs, lined with finely cut stone and decorated with the same mosaics found above ground, suggest a conceptual continuity between the realms of the living and the dead, yet the uneven distribution of these tombs complicates attempts to identify which individuals were interred here, or how their roles shaped the broader community, leaving scholars to infer social hierarchy from patterns of architecture rather than explicit inscriptions. The site's mosaics, made from thousands of uniquely carved pieces fitted into panels without binder, illustrate an engineering sophistication that required not only careful stone selection, but also a visual grammar capable of sustaining long bands of uninterrupted pattern. And while some motifs resemble symbols found in codices or on ceramics, their repetition and arrangement across walls imply meanings that extend beyond decoration, possibly referencing calendrical cycles, territorial lineage, or cosmological principles, though the evidence remains insufficient to confirm any single interpretation. Archaeological traces of domestic life surrounding the ceremonial core reveal workshops, hearths, and refuse deposits that indicate a community engaged in craft production, agriculture, and trade, with obsidian tools, ceramic vessels, and shell ornaments linking Mitla to regional networks that extended into highland and coastal zones. yet the scale of its monumental core suggests that its significance exceeded that of a simple local settlement. Environmental data shows that the region's semi-arid climate required careful water management, and while the site lacks the large-scale hydraulic systems seen elsewhere, the presence of cisterns, channels, and proximity to perennial springs indicates a nuanced understanding of local resources, though how these shaped political or ritual authority remains uncertain. As the Zapotec state reshaped the region during periods of expansion and contraction, Mitla appears to have maintained its role as a ceremonial and possibly administrative centre, though the balance between its sacred and political functions remains difficult to disentangle due to the overlapping architectural phases and limited textual evidence. When the Mixtec influence later entered the region, the site incorporated new artistic elements without discarding its foundational geometry, creating an architectural dialogue between cultures that is legible in certain carved lintels and adapted floor plans, yet still governed by the enduring logic of mosaic facades and enclosed courtyards. The arrival of Spanish forces in the 16th century imposed abrupt changes, with colonial structures built directly atop older platforms, obscuring parts of the archaeological record and complicating modern efforts to reconstruct the site's pre-contact layout. Yet the remaining palaces retain enough of their original fabric to convey the city's distinctive architectural ethos. As one moves through Mitla's chambers, the interplay of shadow and pattern creates a shifting perception of depth and symmetry. The mosaics catching light at different angles, so that their forms appear alternately sharp and muted, suggesting that the builders designed these surfaces not only for structural integrity, but for visual experience across changing times of day. Although some early accounts described Mitla as a place of transition for souls, modern archaeology approaches such claims cautiously, noting that the site's funerary architecture, while significant, is part of a broader pattern of elite burial practices rather than definitive proof of a singular religious identity. Yet the association between its mosaic-rich chambers and carefully constructed tombs hints at ritual frameworks that aligned architecture with memory and lineage. The absence of large pyramids, ball courts, or extensive inscriptions sets Mitla apart from many contemporaneous centres, suggesting that its importance lay not in public spectacle, but in controlled spaces where ritual, governance, and ancestral commemoration intersected in ways that emphasised enclosure, repetition, and refined craftsmanship. Over time, population shifts, regional political changes and the disruption of indigenous systems led to the site's gradual decline, though its palaces remained standing, their mosaics weathering slowly, but resisting collapse due to the precision with which each stone was set into place. Today, as the sun moves across the valley and the patterns on the walls glow briefly before receding into the muted tones of the stone, Mitla retains a quiet complexity, its measured geometry and subterranean chambers offering a glimpse into a society that expressed meaning through design rather than height, and whose most enduring messages remain embedded in patterns that resist definitive translation. And in the balance between what the architecture reveals and what its silence conceals, Mitla endures as a place where craftsmanship, ritual intention, and cultural continuity converge in forms both exact and enigmatic, inviting contemplation of a world where identity and belief were articulated through the meticulous arrangement of stone into patterns that persist long after their original significance has faded into the broader mystery of the valley's ancient past. Calakmul. Deep within the forests of Campeche, where dense canopies cast layered shadows across the landscape and the calls of unseen animals echo between towering trunks, Calakmul emerges from the greenery, as a sprawling metropolis once hidden for centuries beneath vines and soil, its massive pyramids and extensive residential zones hinting at a city whose scale rivaled the greatest Maya capitals, yet whose story remains partly fragmented despite decades of excavation. The site's most imposing structure, known simply as Structure 2, rises in broad tiers that ascend toward the sky with a commanding presence, its multiple construction phases revealing how successive rulers expanded and reshaped the pyramid to project continuity and authority across generations. Staircases climb sharply along its facade, suggesting ceremonial processions that once linked the plaza below to sanctuaries perched high above the treetops, creating a vertical dialogue between earth and sky that mirrored broader Maya cosmology. Across the central precinct, stelae carved with intricate glyphs and ruler portraits stand as some of the richest historical records in the region, documenting alliances, conflicts, and ritual events that positioned Calakmul as a dominant power within what scholars call the Snake Kingdom. Yet, even with this wealth of textual material, gaps in the timeline and partially eroded inscriptions leave certain political transitions and military campaigns open to interpretation. Excavations reveal that the city's influence extended far beyond its monumental core, with vast networks of sac-biob, raised white roads, linking Calakmul to smaller communities, trade routes, and strategic locations throughout the lowlands, suggesting that governance here relied not only on military strength, but on infrastructure that facilitated communication and movement across diverse terrain, though the extent of centralized control within this network remains a subject of cautious debate. Residential compounds, some organized around inner courtyards and others built on elevated platforms, point to a stratified society where elites lived near the ceremonial heart and commoners inhabited more dispersed zones, yet the presence of workshops, storage areas and agricultural plots within these compounds indicates a degree of self-sufficiency that complicates simple distinctions between urban and rural life. Environmental data drawn from nearby reservoirs and soil cores suggest that Calakmul's inhabitants engineered sophisticated water management systems to offset the region's seasonal rainfall patterns, constructing aguadas, canals, and catchment basins that collected and stored water during the wet months for use throughout the dry season. Yet fluctuations in hydrological stability over time may have placed increasing pressure on these systems, contributing to cycles of expansion and contraction within the city. The discovery of jade ornaments, obsidian blades, shell inlays and finely painted ceramics hints at far-reaching trade relationships that connected Calakmul to distant regions, though the uneven distribution of these goods across the site implies shifting access to resources and shifting power dynamics within the elite classes, patterns that do not always align neatly with the dynastic histories recorded on the stelae. As the city reached its peak, the interplay between Calakmul and its great rival, Tikal, shaped much of the political landscape of the Maya lowlands, with alliances forged, vassal states reorganized, and military campaigns waged across generations. Yet the archaeological record reveals moments of unexpected ambiguity, including periods when Calakmul's power waned despite continuing monumental construction, suggesting that internal factors, environmental pressures, or changing trade routes may have influenced the city's trajectory in ways not fully recorded in its inscriptions. The later centuries bring evidence of reduced craftsmanship in stele carving, incomplete building projects, and signs of population dispersal, though the pace and nature of the decline vary across the site, indicating that some districts persisted longer than others, and that the processes leading to abandonment were complex rather than uniform. Excavations in peripheral zones show that certain residential areas continued to be occupied even as the ceremonial core began to fade, suggesting adaptive strategies or shifts in community organization that resist neat categorization within the broader narrative of Maya collapse. Throughout the site, the forest now weaves itself through once grand plazas and along the steep faces of pyramids, its roots tracing the outlines of ancient walls, and its canopy filtering the light so that the ruins appear and disappear in, shifting patterns, emphasizing the contrast between the city's former prominence and its long concealment. Yet the architecture's enduring presence, from the soaring heights of Structure 2 to the quieter platforms scattered across the landscape, speaks to a society capable of coordinating immense labour and sustaining a political and ceremonial order that lasted for centuries, even if the full mechanisms behind this coordination remain partly obscured. The glyphs that survive offer glimpses into the ambitions, conflicts, and alliances of the city's rulers, but they do not fully illuminate the lives of the many thousands who built and maintained the metropolis, leaving a space where archaeology must rely on fragments of pottery, soil chemistry, and architectural patterns to infer the rhythms of daily existence. As evening settles and the forest comes alive with nocturnal movement, Carrowmore's pyramids stand as monumental silhouettes against the fading light, their forms softened by vegetation, yet still commanding in their scale, and in the interplay between the city's vast footprint and the ambiguity that surrounds its rise and decline. The site conveys both the achievements of a powerful kingdom and the limits of what can be known from the remnants left behind. And within this balance of clarity and uncertainty, Carrowmore endures as a quiet testament to the sophistication, resilience, and complexity of Maya civilization. Its hidden corridors, layered histories, and towering structures inviting contemplation of a world where political authority, environmental adaptation, and cosmological belief intertwined in ways that remain only partly visible through the dense canopy and the fragmentary traces preserved in stone. El Tajin. In the rolling lowlands of Veracruz, where humid air gathers beneath a canopy of scattered palms and the land transitions gradually from forested ridges to open fields, El Tajin emerges as a city shaped by rhythms of rain, wind, and ritual time, its architecture distinguished by a unique aesthetic in which niches, stepped forms, and layered terraces create a visual cadence unlike any other in ancient Mesoamerica, as though the builders sought to transform the movement of cycles into the geometry of stone. The Pyramid of the Niches stands at the centre of this expression, its 7 tiers pierced by more than 300 recessed alcoves, whose purpose remains a subject of careful debate. For while some scholars propose calendrical significance, others see them as symbolic markers of lineage or cosmological order. And the absence of inscriptions leaves interpretation suspended between possibility and restraint. Yet the structure's careful proportions and the interplay of light and shadow across its niches at different times of day suggest an architectural language tuned to both visual and ceremonial effect. Surrounding this monument, the wide plazas and multi-level platforms of Tajin Chico rise in deliberate succession, their stairways and colonnades hinting at administrative or elite residential functions, though the incomplete preservation of these areas, combined with variations in building style, complicates efforts to map political authority with precision, leaving only the architectural hierarchy itself as a sign of governance. Among the most striking features of El Tajin are the numerous ball courts, more than a dozen across the city, whose carved panels depict ritual scenes involving costumed figures, deities, and sacrificial symbolism rendered in a style both dynamic and enigmatic. These reliefs provide some of the clearest artistic narratives in the region, yet even they resist definitive interpretation due to the symbolic density of their imagery and the absence of accompanying text to clarify their meaning. The South Ball Court in particular preserves panels showing sequences of players interacting with supernatural entities, perhaps illustrating narratives of cosmic renewal or political legitimacy, though modern understandings remain grounded in comparative iconography rather than conclusive evidence. Excavations reveal that El Tajin developed over centuries, with earlier constructions built from earth and perishable materials, gradually replaced by more permanent stone architecture, reflecting increasing regional influence and an evolving urban plan that integrated plazas, shrines, and elite compounds across a network of terraces carved into the natural topography. However, the city's growth appears uneven, with certain sectors flourishing while others show signs of periodic abandonment, suggesting fluctuations in population, resources, or ritual emphasis that do not align neatly with known regional events. Ceramics, obsidian tools, shell ornaments, and imported materials indicate broad trade connections extending to the Gulf Coast, the Highlands, and possibly beyond, yet the distribution of these goods across the site reveals social distinctions whose details remain difficult to reconstruct, as domestic areas have yielded only scattered material remains compared to the abundant offerings found in ceremonial contexts. Environmental studies show that El Tajin's location in a region prone to heavy rainfall and seasonal storms likely influenced its architecture, for the stepped terraces, drainage channels, and elevated platforms appear designed to manage water as much as to express symbolic order. Though the relationship between environmental adaptation and architectural innovation remains a matter of interpretation, given the incomplete nature of the archaeological record. In certain structures, traces of pigment suggest that many buildings were once brightly painted, with reds, blues, and yellows that would have transformed the city's visual character. Yet these colours survive only in faint residues, leaving modern observers to imagine the original vibrancy through fragmentary clues. As the city approached its height, new building styles emerged, characterized by sloping walls, cornices, and decorated friezes that mark El Tajin's distinctive artistic identity. But this florescence appears to have been relatively brief, followed by phases of reduced construction and eventual decline, the causes of which remain uncertain due to the scarcity of direct evidence. Possibilities include shifting trade routes, internal restructuring, or broader regional dynamics, though none has been definitively linked to the city's abandonment. The arrival of heavier forest growth in later centuries obscured much of the site, until modern excavations uncovered its terraces and courts. Yet even now, large portions of El Tajin remain buried, their outlines visible only through subtle changes in terrain or remote sensing data, hinting at a city whose full extent may still lie beyond current understanding. As evening light touches the edges of the Pyramid of the Niches, the recessed alcoves catch shadows in a way that accentuates their rhythmic pattern, and one senses the city's quiet reliance on repetition and void, form and absence, to convey meaning across time, even if the specific messages intended by its builders have become diffuse. The ball courts, once theatres of ritual enactment, now stand silent, their carved panels worn by weather, yet still sharp enough to suggest a world where embodiment of myth was expressed through movement, costume, and stone relief, rather than written narrative. And as the surrounding vegetation encroaches gently on the plazas and platforms, El Tajin takes on the character of a city suspended between visibility and concealment, its monuments revealing a sophisticated blend of engineering, artistry, and cosmological expression, while withholding the deeper logic that once integrated these elements into a coherent whole. In this balance between the distinctiveness of its architectural style and the gaps within its historical record, El Tajin endures as a landscape where the rhythm of niches, the imagery of ball courts, and the measured rise of terraces invite contemplation of a society that articulated its world-view through patterns that remain precise yet undefined, offering a presence both grounded and enigmatic, amid the humid lowlands of Veracruz. Tonina. In the highlands of Chiapas, where steep ridges fold into misted valleys and the air shifts between warmth and cool drafts drifting down the slopes, Tonina rises from a mountainside as a city shaped through vertical ambition, its sprawling acropolis built in ascending terraces that climb nearly 80 meters above the surrounding plain, creating a tiered world where architecture and topography merge into a single monumental form that both commands and responds to the landscape. The ascent begins with broad platforms arranged in a sequence that grows narrower and more complex as one climbs. Each level containing temples, palaces, shrines, and open courts connected by stairways that trace a deliberate route through spaces of ritual, governance, and commemoration. Yet the logic that guided this vertical arrangement remains partly obscured due to the incomplete preservation of certain structures and the scarcity of inscriptions that might have clarified their relationships. Tonina's carved monuments, however, offer a striking glimpse into the city's political and ceremonial life, for the site preserves one of the richest sculptural traditions in the Maya region, with stelae, relief panels, and three-dimensional figures depicting rulers, captives, and deities in scenes that blend historical record with symbolic performance. Yet even here, the fragmentary nature of some inscriptions and stylistic shifts over time create gaps in the narrative, leaving scholars to reconstruct dynastic sequences and political events with careful inference grounded in comparative analysis. Among the most notable features of the Acropolis are its stuccoed facades and panel reliefs showing bound prisoners, elaborately costumed elites, and mythological beings associated with cosmic cycles, imagery that suggests Tonina's rulers emphasized martial authority and ritual spectacle, though the precise meanings encoded in each panel remain open to interpretation due to the layered symbolism typical of Maya art. The city's ball court, situated at an intermediate terrace, stands near monuments depicting scenes of sacrifice and transformation, hinting that games played here were deeply connected to ritual narratives involving renewal, cosmic balance, and political power. Yet without complete glyphic accounts, the specifics of these associations remain partially inferred from the iconography. Excavations reveal that Tonina's construction unfolded across centuries, with early temples and platforms gradually enveloped by later expansions that extended the Acropolis higher and outward along the hillside, demonstrating both continuity and adaptation within the city's planning. However, the coexistence of distinct building styles and varying levels of craftsmanship across the terraces suggests that different factions or lineages may have contributed to the city's growth, complicating attempts to identify a single governing ideology. Residential areas scattered along the slopes and at the base of the Acropolis contain evidence of daily life. Ceramics, grinding stones, hearths, and agricultural tools, indicating a population engaged in farming and craft production. Yet the steep terrain and proximity to ceremonial spaces imply a social structure, where proximity to the Acropolis reflected status, even if the specifics of that hierarchy cannot be fully recovered. Environmental studies suggest that Tonina's location offered strategic advantages, such as access to fertile valleys and defensible high ground, but also presented challenges related to water management and soil stability. Terraces built for agriculture and drainage channels cut into the hillside reflect solutions to these challenges, though it remains unclear how environmental pressures may have influenced the city's cycles of growth and decline. As Tonina interacted with regional powers, especially Palenque, the archaeological and epigraphic record hints at periods of conflict and rivalry, with certain monuments commemorating victories that may have shifted regional alliances. Yet the incomplete state of both sites' inscriptions leaves the full scope of these interactions open to ongoing study. The city's later centuries show signs of reduced construction, altered ritual practices, and gradual decline, though the process appears uneven, with some terraces maintained longer than others, and certain ceremonial spaces repurposed even as population decreased. This unevenness suggests that abandonment unfolded in stages influenced by political, social, and environmental factors, whose interplay is only partially visible in the surviving evidence. As the Acropolis eventually fell silent, vegetation slowly returned to the terraces, rooting itself in the crevices of stone walls and softening the stark outlines of the monumental stairways. Yet the height and scale of Tonina's upper structures ensured that parts of the site remained exposed even as lower levels disappeared under forest growth. Today, as sunlight moves across the terraces and reveals the layered contours of the Acropolis, Tonina's architecture conveys both the ambitions of a society that sought to build upward in dialogue with the mountain and the opacity that results from a fragmentary historical record. For while its sculpted panels and towering platforms speak clearly of power, ceremony, and cosmological engagement, they do not resolve the deeper uncertainties surrounding governance, belief, and daily life. The verticality of the site, the complexity of its interconnected spaces, and the richness of its artistic tradition create a landscape where ascent feels like movement through stratified time. Each terrace offering glimpses of narratives that remain partially obscured by erosion, incomplete inscriptions, and the silence of collapsed roofs and vanished wooden elements. And in the interplay between what stands in clear relief and what has faded into the hillside, Tonina endures as a place where ambition, ritual, and landscape formed a unified expression whose full meaning can only be approached in fragments, leaving its terraces and sculptures to bear witness to a world both grounded in historical reality and suspended in the open spaces of what the archaeological record cannot fully restore. Across Sweden, enormous stones were raised, carved, and arranged with absolute intention, yet their meanings remain uncertain. Why does Aile's stones align with the sun, but hold no confirmed grave? Why were hundreds of ships and rituals carved into Tanum's rock with no explanation left behind? Why does Sweden's largest burial mound remain unopened? And why were entire cemeteries shaped like ships facing the sea? Were these monuments practical, symbolic, or something archaeology still can't fully explain? And what were they trying to communicate to those who came after? Aile's stones. Along the low ridgeline above the Baltic at Koseberga, where the land tilts gently toward the sea and the horizon remains unusually open, Aile's stones settles into the landscape with a restraint that makes its presence easy to miss until one stands within it, where 59 massive boulders, each weighing several tons, trace the elongated outline of a ship poised eternally on dry land, its bow and stern lifted slightly higher than the flanks, its axis aligned with a confidence that feels intentional even if its purpose remains unresolved. The stones are not exotic in material, quarried locally from granite and sandstone, weathered by centuries of wind, salt, and frost. Their surfaces softened rather than sharpened by time, and their arrangement does not announce itself with monumental excess, but with proportion and balance, measuring roughly 67 metres from end to end, large enough to dominate the ridge, yet scaled precisely to it, as though calibrated to the slope, the prevailing winds, and the long views westward toward the setting sun. Archaeological investigation places the construction most securely in the late Iron Age, around the 6th or 7th century CE, based on radiocarbon dating of charcoal recovered from hearth-like features near the stones and from soil beneath them, though earlier activity at the site is evident, suggesting the ridge held significance long before the current configuration was assembled, and this layered use complicates any simple narrative of origin. Ship-shaped stone settings are not unique in Scandinavia, appearing across Sweden, Denmark, and the Baltic Islands as funerary monuments associated with elite burials, symbolic vessels intended to carry the dead into the afterlife. Yet Aile's stones stands apart in scale, visibility, and apparent lack of an accompanying grave, as no central burial has been conclusively identified within the setting despite repeated surveys, leaving its function open to interpretation without removing it from known cultural traditions. The absence of a grave has encouraged scrutiny of other features, particularly the alignment of the stones with solar events, as observers have long noted that the sun sets near the northwest stone at the summer solstice and rises near the southeast stone at the winter solstice, with intermediate alignments marking equinoxes, patterns that appear persuasive when witnessed but remain debated in academic literature due to the challenges of confirming intentionality in a structure that has endured shifting stones, erosion, and human interference over more than a millennium. Some stones have clearly moved, whether from frost heave, agricultural activity, or early restoration efforts that sought to straighten fallen boulders without precise knowledge of their original positions. And this movement complicates attempts to reconstruct exact sightlines from the time of construction, introducing uncertainty into claims of astronomical precision, even as the general orientation remains undeniable. Excavations have revealed traces of fire pits and burned stones near the centre, suggesting gatherings, rituals, or feasting, activities consistent with ceremonial use rather than habitation. And the elevated location would have made the site visible from the sea, a landmark for those travelling along the coast, reinforcing its role as a place meant to be seen as well as experienced. The name itself, Ailes Stones, is a much later attribution, emerging in medieval folklore that linked the monument to a legendary king named Aile, a narrative overlay that reflects the human impulse to personalise the ancient rather than preserve its anonymity. And similar legends across Scandinavia have repeatedly attached heroic figures to prehistoric monuments whose original builders were long forgotten. Geological studies confirm that the stones were transported from nearby sources, some dragged uphill from considerable distances, a labour-intensive undertaking that implies coordinated effort and social organisation, yet not on a scale that exceeds what is known of Iron Age communities in southern Scandinavia, whose capacity for monument building is well documented in burial mounds, fortifications and assembly sites. What remains unresolved is why this particular ridge, why this scale, and why a ship without a body, if indeed no burial was ever present, and whether the absence reflects deliberate choice or the erosion of evidence beyond recovery. Theories proposing a purely calendrical function encounter the reality that practical timekeeping did not require such an imposing structure, while strictly funerary interpretations struggle with a lack of human remains, leaving a middle ground in which symbolism, ritual, and seasonal observance may have intersected without fully collapsing into any single modern category. The site's long life has further blurred its original meaning, as medieval travellers, early antiquarians, 19th century romantics, and modern tourists have each approached it with different expectations, occasionally altering stones, recording alignments, or framing the monument through the intellectual fashions of their time. From mythic kings to solar temples, layers of interpretation accumulating, much like the soil beneath the stones. Standing within the setting today, the sea audible, but not always visible, the horizon wide and the sky dominant, the structure resists definitive explanation, not through obscurity or damage, but through coherence, functioning too well as a space to be dismissed as accidental and too ambiguously to be confined to a single purpose, embodying a mode of monument building in which meaning was likely experienced rather than inscribed. Aile's Stones does not contradict archaeology so much as it tests the edges of what material evidence can comfortably explain, reminding us that societies capable of moving and arranging stone with such care were also capable of layering intention, ritual, memory, orientation and display into forms that do not yield easily to modern classification. And as the sun continues to rise and set along roughly the same arc it has traced for centuries, the stones remain fixed on their ridge, neither confirming nor denying the interpretations projected onto them, but quietly sustaining a dialogue between landscape, time, and human presence that has yet to reach a final conclusion. Tarnum rock carvings. Across the granite outcrops of northern Bohuslan, where the land rises in shallow, smoothed swells, shaped by retreating ice and ancient shorelines, the rock carvings of Tarnum appear not as a single site, but as a dispersed archive etched directly into the exposed bedrock, a scattering of images that only fully reveal themselves when light strikes at a low angle and shadows trace the grooves cut by hands working more than 3,000 years ago. The carvings lie today among forests, farms, and quiet roads. Yet, when they were made during the Nordic Bronze Age, roughly between 1700 and 500 BCE, this terrain was a coastal fringe, its polished granite slopes descending toward bays and inlets that have since lifted well above sea level through post-glacial rebound, subtly shifting the context of every figure without erasing its connection to water, movement, and exchange. Boats dominate the imagery. Long, slender vessels with upturned prows and rhythmic crews, indicated by vertical strokes. Sometimes carrying weapons, sometimes animals, sometimes nothing at all, repeated across panels as if insistence itself carried meaning, while human figures appear with raised arms, exaggerated hands, or paired in ambiguous interactions that resist simple narrative reading. Weapons, especially axes and spears, recur with a regularity that suggests symbolic weight beyond their practical use, and circular forms, often interpreted as suns or shields, hover among the scenes without anchoring themselves to a single explanation. The carvings were pecked rather than incised, each groove laboriously hammered into hard granite, a commitment of time and effort that far exceeds what casual marking would require, implying that the act of carving was as significant as the images produced, possibly repeated across generations as panels were added to, modified, or re-emphasized. Archaeological context offers no settlements directly adjacent to the most densely carved rocks, nor any graves conclusively tied to the imagery. And this absence has shifted interpretation away from domestic or funerary functions toward the idea of Tarnum as a ritualized landscape, a place visited rather than inhabited, where meaning was activated through presence, movement, and perhaps seasonal gatherings. Many panels are positioned along natural routes through the terrain or near what would have been shorelines at the time, reinforcing a relationship between the carvings and travel, whether by sea or land, and the boats themselves, varied in size and form, may reflect not literal vessels, but idealized representations of journeys that extended beyond the visible horizon. The repetition of motifs across kilometers of rock suggests shared conventions and a coherent symbolic language, yet that language remains only partially legible, as no written tradition accompanies it, leaving interpretation dependent on pattern, comparison, and context rather than translation. Some figures appear to be engaged in processions or ritual acts, arms raised in gestures that could signal invocation, celebration, or command, while others are static, reduced to outlines that emphasize posture over identity, as though individuality was secondary to role. Later editions complicate the picture further, as some carvings date to the early Iron Age, overlapping chronologies that indicate the landscape retained significance long after the Bronze Age worldview that produced its earliest images had shifted, suggesting continuity of place even as belief systems evolved. The UNESCO designation recognizes not just the artistic richness of the carvings, but their value as evidence of a maritime-oriented society whose power and cohesion depended on networks of exchange stretching across the Baltic and beyond, a world in which bronze itself arrived from distant sources and required social mechanisms to acquire, distribute, and ritualize. Yet despite decades of study, key questions remain unresolved, including why certain panels are densely packed while nearby surfaces remain untouched, whether the carvings were originally highlighted with paint or other materials now lost, and how their meanings were communicated to those who encountered them for the first time. Experimental archaeology has shown how quickly carvings can fade without maintenance, implying that many images were likely refreshed or recut. acts that would have reactivated their significance and reaffirmed communal memory, turning the rock itself into a medium of continuity rather than a static record. Interpretations that frame the imagery as mythological narratives encounter the difficulty that the scenes do not repeat in fixed sequences, while readings focused on fertility, solar worship, or warrior ideology each illuminate certain motifs, while leaving others unexplained, suggesting that the carvings may not conform to a single symbolic system, but instead operate as a layered visual field where meanings overlapped without requiring resolution. The physical experience of the site reinforces this ambiguity, as the carvings are rarely visible all at once, revealing themselves gradually as one moves across the landscape, bends low to the rock, or waits for the light to shift, an engagement that privileges patience and attentiveness over immediate comprehension. In this sense, Tarnum resists reduction to illustration or diagram, functioning instead as an environment shaped by repeated human action, where image, stone, and setting combine to create a form of expression that was never meant to be detached from place. The people who carved these rocks left no names, no dates, no explanations, yet their marks endure with a clarity that feels deliberate rather than accidental, suggesting confidence that the act of carving itself was sufficient to transmit meaning across time. As forests grew, shorelines rose, and societies transformed, the images remained, neither fully decoded nor forgotten, continuing to occupy the boundary between documentation and ritual. And it is within that boundary that Tarnum's enduring mystery resides, not in what archaeology cannot explain outright, but in what it can describe in detail without ever exhausting the significance of marks made by hands that understood the landscape in ways that remain only partially accessible today. Anundshög Burial Mound. On the flat agricultural plain outside Västerås, where the land stretches with little interruption and the sky seems unusually expansive, Anundshög rises from the fields with a quiet authority that comes not from height alone, but from placement, its broad grass-covered dome asserting itself as a focal point in a landscape otherwise defined by horizontality. At nearly 9 metres high and 64 metres in diameter, it is the largest burial mound in Sweden, a constructed hill whose symmetry remains evident despite centuries of weathering, grazing and cultivation around its base, and whose scale immediately signals that it was intended to be seen from a distance, long before modern roads and farmsteads enclosed it. Archaeological evidence places its construction in the late Iron Age, most likely during the Vendel period around the 6th or 7th century CE, a time marked by the emergence of powerful regional elites, increased social stratification, and the consolidation of authority through visible monuments rather than hidden graves. Yet, despite its prominence, the mound has never been fully excavated, and no burial chamber has been definitively identified, leaving its interior largely intact and its original contents inferred rather than known, a rarity among monuments of comparable size. Surrounding the mound is a carefully arranged ceremonial complex that includes stone ship settings, standing stones, and processional alignments, all oriented with a deliberateness that suggests Anundshög functioned as more than an isolated grave, instead forming the nucleus of a broader ritual and political landscape. The stone ships, constructed of large glacial boulders set in elongated ovals, echo maritime symbolism common throughout Scandinavia, yet their placement inland underscores that the ship here was an idea rather than a vessel, a metaphor for transition, authority, or ancestral journey, rather than seafaring alone. Early medieval texts, written centuries after the mound's construction, associate the site with a legendary king named Anund, a figure who occupies the uncertain territory between history and myth. And while such accounts cannot be taken as direct evidence, they reflect a persistent cultural memory that linked the mound to rulership and lineage. The surrounding plain would have been a strategic location in the Iron Age, fertile and well connected by waterways that once extended closer to the site, allowing movement of people, goods, and influence, and the mound's dominance over this landscape can be read as a statement of control as much as commemoration. Geophysical surveys suggest complex internal structures within the mound, possibly including multiple construction phases, hinting that Anundsjörg may have grown over time rather than being raised in a single event. An accretion of memory that mirrors the gradual consolidation of power it likely represented. Evidence of assembly areas nearby strengthens the interpretation of the site as a place of gathering, where legal decisions, seasonal rituals, or dynastic affirmations could have taken place in the presence of the ancestors, the mound serving as both witness and symbol. Fire-cracked stones and traces of burning around the site point to feasting or ceremonial activity, reinforcing the idea that the monument was activated through repeated use rather than sealed off after burial. Yet the absence of excavation leaves open fundamental questions about who, if anyone, lies within the mound, whether it contains a single elite burial, multiple interments, or even no body at all, a possibility that complicates the assumption that size must correspond directly to funerary function. Comparable mounds across Scandinavia have yielded cremations, inhumations, rich grave goods, or cenotaphs built to honour absent individuals, and without intrusive investigation. Anundsjörg resists definitive classification among them. The restraint shown in leaving the mound unexcavated reflects a modern archaeological caution, acknowledging that excavation is an irreversible act and that future methods may yield insights unavailable today. But it also means that Anundsjörg continues to operate partly in the realm of inference, its meaning constructed through context rather than contents. Over centuries, the mound has remained a reference point in local identity, surviving Christianization, agricultural reform, and industrialization, with its symbolic gravity largely intact, even as its original ideological framework faded. Standing beside it now, one is confronted not with elaborate stonework or visible chambers, but with mass and silence, a reminder that in some societies, authority and remembrance were expressed through the shaping of earth itself, transforming labour into landscape. Anundsjörg does not present a puzzle through missing fragments or eroded inscriptions, but through deliberate opacity, a monument whose significance was once self-evident to those who gathered around it, and is now approached through models, parallels, and probabilities. Its enduring presence suggests that whatever narrative it once anchored, whether dynastic, ritual, or territorial, was powerful enough to warrant a monument that could outlast the stories told about it, leaving behind a form that continues to organise space and attention long after the names, events and intentions that shaped it have slipped beyond confident recovery. Kungagraven I Kivik. Near the southeastern coast of Skåne, where rolling farmland meets the subdued light of the Baltic and the ground holds the memory of older shorelines, Kungagraven I Kivik lies low and understated, a Bronze Age burial monument whose significance is concealed rather than proclaimed, its presence marked not by towering height, but by the careful assembly of stone beneath a mound that once blended almost seamlessly into its surroundings. Constructed around 1400 BCE, during a period when long-distance exchange networks brought bronze, amber and ideas into southern Scandinavia, the grave consists of a central stone cist built from massive slabs, enclosed by a circular setting of curbstones, and originally covered by an earthen mound, approximately 75 metres in diameter, making it one of the largest known Bronze Age graves in the region, despite its modest profile today. The monument came to broader attention in the 18th century, when parts of the mound were disturbed by quarrying, an intrusion that inadvertently revealed carved stone slabs lining the burial chamber, images whose survival owed more to chance than design, and whose exposure would permanently alter how the site was understood. These carvings, pecked into the inner faces of the slabs, depict boats with raised prows, human figures, animals, weapons, and enigmatic symbols, arranged in sequences that suggest intention without yielding a single settled interpretation, a visual language that resonates with the rock art of Tarnum, yet appears here within an enclosed funerary context. Archaeological investigation has confirmed that the grave was reused and modified, with evidence of cremated remains and later disturbances, complicating efforts to associate the imagery with a single individual or event, while the original burial may have been removed or displaced long before modern excavation began. The presence of boat imagery within the chamber reinforces the centrality of maritime symbolism in Bronze Age Scandinavia, yet the setting of these images inside a sealed space distinguishes Kungagraven from open-air carvings, suggesting that the act of viewing may have been restricted to select participants, or that the images were intended for the deceased rather than the living. The grave goods recovered from the site are sparse compared to other elite burials of the period, a disparity that has fueled debate over whether wealth was expressed here through material offerings or through monumentality and symbolism instead, shifting emphasis from objects to imagery and architecture. Geological analysis of the stone slabs indicates they were sourced locally, but their size and the precision with which they were positioned imply careful planning and coordinated labour, reflecting a social structure capable of mobilising resources for purposes that were as much ideological as practical. The mound's coastal proximity would have connected it visually and conceptually to seaborne routes of exchange, reinforcing the interpretation of the grave as embedded within a wider maritime world rather than an isolated inland monument. Yet despite extensive study, the meaning of the carvings remains unresolved, as attempts to read them as narratives encounter inconsistencies, while symbolic interpretations struggle to explain why certain motifs appear only once while others are repeated, suggesting a selective logic that has not survived its cultural context. Some scholars have proposed that the imagery represents cosmological beliefs, with boats carrying the sun or the dead across a liminal realm, while others emphasize social identity, seeing the grave as a statement of power rooted in control of maritime networks, interpretations that are not mutually exclusive but remain difficult to test archaeologically. The history of the monument itself adds another layer of complexity, as reconstruction efforts in the 20th century reassembled the schist and partially restored the mound. Decisions that preserved the site, but also fixed it into a particular modern understanding of how it should appear, inevitably influencing how it is perceived today. What endures most clearly is the sense that Kungagraven was designed as a space where imagery, architecture, and burial were inseparable, each reinforcing the other without reliance on written explanation. The grave does not withhold its mystery through damage or loss alone, but through the specificity of its expression, offering images that were once legible within a shared worldview and are now only partially accessible through comparison and inference. In this way, Kungagraven i Kivik stands as a reminder that even when prehistoric societies leave behind detailed visual records, the meanings they encoded were embedded within. Practices, beliefs, and experiences that do not survive intact, leaving modern archaeology to reconstruct context, while acknowledging that some aspects of significance remain beyond confident retrieval, preserved in stone but no longer fully translated. Gotland stone ship graves. Along the wind-shaped shores of Gotland, where limestone pavements meet open sea and the horizon feels unusually close, the stone ship graves of the island emerge from the ground with a measured restraint, their outlines defined not by towering walls or enclosed chambers, but by rows of upright stones set carefully into the earth, forming elongated silhouettes that echo the vessels once plying the surrounding Baltic waters. Sites such as Gnisvad and Lillekarlsø preserve some of the most extensive concentrations of these monuments, dating primarily to the late Bronze Age and early Iron Age, a span of centuries during which Gotland occupied a central position in regional exchange networks. Its wealth derived from amber, craft production, and maritime connectivity rather than territorial expansion. The ships vary in size, from modest settings only a few metres long to monumental constructions exceeding 30 metres, and this variation appears intentional rather than chronological, suggesting differentiation in status, function, or symbolic emphasis rather than simple technological progression. Archaeological excavation has revealed cremation burials within many of these stone ships, often accompanied by burnt bone, charcoal, and occasional grave goods, confirming their funerary role while simultaneously raising questions about why the ship form was so consistently favoured across generations and contexts. The orientation of the graves frequently aligns with the coastline or with prominent seaward views, reinforcing the sense that these monuments were positioned in dialogue with the maritime landscape rather than imposed upon it. And in several cases, the ships appear arranged in clusters, creating cemeteries that read less as collections of individual graves and more as coherent statements of identity. The stones themselves are local limestone, selected for shape and size rather than uniformity, with taller stones marking prow and stern and lower ones tracing the sides. A visual grammar that remains remarkably stable despite regional and temporal variation. Unlike the carved imagery of mainland sites, the Gotland ship graves rely on form alone to convey meaning, an economy of expression that suggests the shape itself carried sufficient symbolic weight to communicate concepts of journey, transition, and belonging. Some ships contain multiple cremations, indicating reuse over time, and complicating the notion of a single voyage for a single individual, instead pointing toward a collective or ancestral dimension in which the monument functioned as a repository of lineage rather than a final destination. The absence of rich grave goods in many of these burials has prompted debate over whether social status was downplayed in favour of communal identity, or whether wealth was expressed through the labour invested in construction and the prominent placement of the monument within the landscape. Gotland's relative scarcity of large burial mounds, compared to mainland Scandinavia, further emphasises the distinctive choices made by its communities, choices that favoured horizontal monumentality and visual integration with seascapes over vertical dominance. Later, Iron Age developments introduced picture stones on the island, richly carved with ships, riders, and scenes of arrival. And while these date centuries after many of the stone ship graves, the continuity of maritime symbolism suggests a deep-rooted conceptual framework in which the ship served as a bridge between worlds, social states, or phases of existence. Yet the precise nature of that bridge remains elusive, as the archaeological record offers form and context, but little direct insight into belief. Environmental changes have also altered the experience of these sites, as shoreline displacement has shifted some ship graves inland, while leaving others exposed to erosion, subtly transforming their relationship to the sea without erasing it. Modern excavation and conservation have preserved many of these settings, but like other stone ship monuments, they have also been subject to restoration that may have altered original alignments, introducing uncertainty into interpretations of orientation and spatial logic. Standing among them today, one is struck not by spectacle but by repetition, the quiet insistence of a form returned to again and again across centuries, suggesting that the ship was not merely a metaphor but a structuring principle through which life, death and memory were organised. The Gotland stone ship graves do not present a single unresolved anomaly so much as a sustained cultural choice whose rationale was once widely understood and is now only partially recoverable, leaving archaeology to trace patterns of practice while accepting that the deeper logic connecting these monuments to lived experience remains largely implicit, carried forward in stone long after the communities that raised them had passed beyond the horizon they so carefully faced. Glimmingahus medieval fortress. Rising from the gently rolling farmland of southeastern Skåne, Glimmingahus asserts itself with a severity that feels deliberate rather than ornamental, its pale stone walls rising abruptly from the surrounding fields, as though the structure were placed there fully formed. A late medieval fortress whose compact mass and defensive clarity contrast sharply with the open landscape around it. Completed in 1499, at the threshold between the medieval world and the early modern period, Glimmingahus was commissioned by the Danish nobleman Jens Holgersen Ulfstand, a powerful administrator in the Danish crown, and its construction reflects a moment of transition when feudal authority, emerging state power, and new military technologies were converging. Built primarily of limestone and sandstone, the fortress is remarkably well preserved, its walls several meters thick, pierced by narrow openings designed for crossbows and early firearms, and crowned by machicolations that allowed defenders to control the space directly below, features that speak to an architectural language shaped by threat rather than display. Unlike earlier castles that grew organically over centuries, Glimmingahus was planned as a unified structure, its symmetry and internal organisation suggesting careful foresight and access to skilled craftsmen, possibly influenced by fortification styles from continental Europe, where artillery had already begun to reshape military design. The entrance, elevated and once accessed by a wooden drawbridge, reinforces the sense of separation between inside and out, while the absence of elaborate decoration underscores that the fortress was conceived first and foremost as a secure residence rather than a courtly showpiece. Yet within its walls, traces of domestic life complicate the purely martial impression, as hearths, latrines, storage rooms, and a great hall indicate a household designed to function for extended periods, insulated from the surrounding world, both physically and socially. Archaeological study of the site has revealed evidence of advanced engineering for its time, including drainage systems and layered defences that reflect an acute awareness of siege tactics, even as the fortress appears to have never been tested by prolonged warfare, standing instead as a preemptive statement of strength. Its strategic location, controlling routes between inland estates and the coast, situates it within a network of power that extended across the Danish realm, reminding modern observers that Skåne was at the time a frontier of administration rather than a peripheral province. Written records provide more clarity here than at prehistoric sites, yet they do not fully explain why such a heavily fortified residence was deemed necessary in a region that was not experiencing constant conflict, raising questions about whether Glimmingahus was built in response to specific threats or as a symbolic reinforcement of authority in an uncertain political climate. The fortress's later history adds to this ambiguity, as it fell out of use as a noble residence within a century of its completion, repurposed for storage and administration, and eventually left without a central role as military technology evolved beyond its defensive logic. Unlike many castles that were adapted, expanded, or dismantled, Glimmingahus remained largely untouched, its very obsolescence contributing to its preservation and freezing it in a form that reflects a precise historical moment. Legends that later clustered around the site, portraying it as grim, haunted, or oppressive, speak less to documented events than to the psychological effect of its architecture, a structure whose inward focus and lack of warmth invite projection as much as interpretation. In the broader arc of Scandinavian monumental building, Glimmingahus occupies an unusual position, neither ancient nor fully modern, bridging worlds in which power was still anchored to land and stone, even as new forms of governance and warfare were emerging. Its mystery does not lie in uncertainty of date or function, but in the gap between intention and outcome, a fortress built with meticulous care for defense that ultimately served more as a symbol than a battleground. Standing today with its walls intact and its rooms largely empty, Glimmingehus offers a rare opportunity to observe medieval authority stripped of later embellishment, presenting a structure that fulfilled its purpose simply by existing, and in doing so, leaves behind a quiet question about how fear, power, and foresight shaped architecture at the very edge of a changing world. Blå Jungfrun Stone Labyrinth. Off the coast of Småland, rising abruptly from the Baltic as a steep granite island with sheer slopes and a flattened crown, Blå Jungfrun stands apart from the mainland both physically and psychologically, its isolation amplified by centuries of maritime lore that cast it as a place to be avoided rather than approached. At its summit, among weathered stone and sparse vegetation shaped by wind and salt, lies a stone labyrinth constructed from small granite blocks, its winding path coiled inward with deliberate care despite the absence of mortar or visible anchoring, a form that appears simple yet resists casual explanation. Stone labyrinths are found across northern Europe, often near coasts, churches, or ancient gathering places, and are generally dated to the medieval or early modern period, though their exact chronology is frequently difficult to establish due to their surface-level construction and susceptibility to reuse or modification. The Blå Jungfrun labyrinth, sometimes called Troy Town or Virgin's Maze, is believed to have taken shape during the Middle Ages, yet the island itself shows evidence of much earlier human visitation, including flint tools and hearths, creating a palimpsest of activity that complicates any attempt to isolate the labyrinth from deeper patterns of significance. The structure follows a classical unicursal design, guiding the walker along a single continuous path toward a central point, a configuration that requires patience rather than choice, and which has been associated elsewhere with ritual movement, symbolic journeying, or acts of protection and containment. No written sources explain why such a form was placed on this particular island, nor who built it, and the absence of associated structures or artifacts nearby leaves its purpose inferred from analogy rather than context. Folklore has filled this silence with cautionary tales, describing Blå Jungfrun as a gathering place for witches, or a site of supernatural danger, narratives that may reflect later attempts to impose moral or spiritual boundaries on a landscape that already felt remote and ambiguous. Archaeological caution separates these stories from evidence, yet acknowledges that places perceived as liminal often attract both ritual activity and legend, reinforcing one another over time. The labyrinth's position near the island's highest point offers wide views of the surrounding sea, a setting that would have heightened the experiential aspect of walking its path, turning a simple act of movement into an encounter with exposure, balance, and orientation. Unlike burial mounds or fortresses, the labyrinth contains no interior, no hidden chamber or accumulated mass, its significance residing entirely in motion and form rather than enclosure or permanence. Its stones, modest in size and easily rearranged, suggest a monument that could be rebuilt or adjusted, raising the possibility that the act of maintenance was integral to its meaning, a repeated reaffirmation rather than a single construction event. Similar labyrinths have been interpreted as fishing rituals, protective devices meant to trap harmful forces, or symbolic journeys enacted before voyages, interpretations that resonate with the maritime context of Blå Jungfrun, without exhausting its potential significance. The island's long-standing status as a national park and its relative inaccessibility have preserved the labyrinth from heavy modification, allowing it to remain in a form that feels quietly provisional, as though it could still be altered by those who understand its purpose. Scientific investigation of the site has focused more on geology and ecology than archaeology, leaving the labyrinth largely unstudied in formal terms. A reminder that not all monuments attract equal scholarly attention, especially when they resist easy categorization. In the broader sequence of Scandinavian sacred and symbolic landscapes, Blå Jungfrun represents a shift from monumentality toward gesture, from mass and permanence to pattern and movement, a different way of marking place that does not dominate the island but lightly occupies it. The labyrinth does not challenge archaeology through contradiction or anomaly, but through its refusal to declare itself, offering a structure that is complete without explanation and meaningful without documentation. As waves continue to break against the island's cliffs and the path of stones remains open to the sky, the labyrinth endures as a quiet articulation of human presence in a setting where isolation, orientation, and repetition converge, leaving behind a form whose significance may never be fully recovered, but whose intentionality remains difficult to dismiss, suspended between practical action and symbolic gesture at the edge of land and sea.